Part 40. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 391. Wayne sent a message to Senna. Vivien arrived just in time, and supported Vivien to become the leader. He was what everyone expected. Vivien could not become the leader, but he could be the leader of the trouble. Senna understood immediately, and thought about how to make Vivien willingly rush to the front, and said, "Sorry, it's a serious matter, I still can't trust you. I didn't report tonight's gathering to the Pope, isn't that enough? The few people present are enough to shut you up. I risked my life to come here, isn't that enough?" Vivien gave in, and then said forcefully, "You may be able to kill me, but if so, it will inevitably alarm the church headquarters. Ludwig is prepared, and will first accuse you of killing the loyal people in the church, and you will get nothing. Politics is about compromise." Knowing that Senna has been moved, saying so much is nothing more than making him take more risks. Vivien is quite helpless about this. Pope Ludwig has two lackeys, Beck and Macari, who can't use him and want to kill him. Senna and her group don't trust him. If he wants to gain a foothold in the future reshuffle, he must take the initiative. Once a person takes the initiative, he will be controlled. He has made psychological preparations. As long as Senna's request is not too excessive, he can agree. Why when, let's be frank. I have ordered people to collect and organize these evidences of yours. Senna pointed to Wayne behind him. I dug this gentleman from Prussia. The evidence he provided is more and more detailed than you. Ludwig, Beck, Macari, even you, have been investigated clearly. Vuen's pupils shrank suddenly, suppressing his shock, and sighed, "Senna, you are too decisive. How can you investigate everything? What if you find yourself? Don't worry about this. I will find a way to make the Knight of Nature forgive you. You should know that he is a student of my student, and the relationship is extraordinary," Senna said lightly. "So, you wear this to seduce your student's student? You don't care about your face, you deserve to be the Pope." Vuen looked around and lowered his voice, "Senna, can I understand that the Knight of Nature is in Wayne? You can understand it this way, I respect your idea." Senna did not confirm or deny, which made Vuen a little unsure. He thought that the Knight of Nature was at the church headquarters and it was not easy to interfere in internal affairs. He would only show up when the time was right. After all, he was a Knight of Nature, and his status was different from that of the church's top leaders. Those who play politics can be shameless, but knights still care about face. If the Knight of Nature was really there, Senna and her gang could deal with Ludwig by themselves, and Vuen seemed dispensable and immediately redundant. Thinking about the power in his hands and Senna's lustful character, Vuen secretly felt difficult and lowered his bottom line. "Besides, I can tell you the truth. We just discussed it. Since we have evidence against you, there is no reason to let you go. The past was the past, and now is the present." "I came with sincerity," Weaving interrupted. "You don't have much sincerity." Senna said fearlessly, "I said, we have all the evidence you provided, even more detailed than you. I am still the High Priest of Oracle, and my identity is the best sincerity." Weaving said coldly, "Tell me, what do you want me to do to integrate into your team?" Since the assassination, Weaving has completely given up on Ludwig, and he is not happy with Baker and Macari. He guessed that Ludwig was paving the way for the next pope, and he was not among them, so he was put on the assassination list. He has been hiding recently for this reason. God knows where the three devils are hiding, so we have to guard against them. Why when, we have discussed the details. There is no place for you in the team. Senna, don't go too far. I have already bowed my head. Do you have to let me die to be satisfied? No, this is not oppression. I am telling the truth seriously." Senna pointed to Tubi and Dusa, the great prophet and the saint provided the oracle. The current pope has a close relationship with the devil's container in Prussia. He is the devil's pawn in the world. The fall of the church was led by him. I am responsible for the attack and take the lead in identifying the pope as a pawn of the devil and driving him out of office for the future of the church. Senna, in short, I work hard and everyone benefits. The natural knight is indeed nearby, otherwise you would not be so brave, and you would not be Ludwig's opponent. When made up his mind and insisted on joining the game. He sneered, Senna, are you so kind to take the responsibility? For the sake of interests, I have contributed the most, taken the greatest risks, and gained the most. Will I be put on the table in this benefit? What do you think? Motherfucker. Vuen's eyes twitched, marveling at Senna's appetite. Not only did she want to drive away the Pope, but she also wanted to drive down the 3 oracle high priests. He said, I know what the great prophet and the saint want, but your ambition is too big. With all the rights of the Pope and the 4 oracle high priests, aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Eat first and talk later. Vuen was completely at a loss. He strongly suspected that Senna had seduced the natural knight and got the other party's full support, and her ambition was so unrestrained. Envy.jpg. He also has a promotion device, and I wonder if it is the key that the nature knight lost. Vuen knew that the possibility of asking Senna to introduce the nature knight on his behalf was zero. With no other options, he could only say, tell me, what can I do to keep my position and rights? I don't think you have. Don't suppress it. When the new pope comes to power, he must have the support of a die-hard oracle high priest, otherwise how can he govern the nature church? Vuen waved his hand, and his voice became much louder as he thought of the words. If you must say it, we lack someone who stands up to question the pope. Any topic must have a beginning, right? Senna made her request. That makes sense, to be agreed deeply. Dussa was not qualified to speak, but only expressed her optimism for Vuen in her heart. The oracle high priest is qualified to take the blame. What do you mean? You will lead this matter, and you will lead the great prophet and the saint. Ludwig has a corrupt moral character and is full of bad deeds. He has committed crimes that are outrageous to both humans and gods. He is not worthy of being the pope, and then nominate me to be the pope, Senna said with a smile. Then I am dead. Wen laughed angrily, you hide in the back, and I rush in first. After all, I am still dead. You can also refuse. Go to Ludwig now. I won't stop you. Senna, do you think you have me? Otherwise, look at the great prophet and the saint, they didn't resist. Wen looked at the two of them, the mandrill sighed dejectedly, and Dussa was about to cry faintly, both of them had no power to resist. Who are you two pretending to be here? Do you really think I am a fool? Vuen wanted to say something, but Senna's face turned cold, I have the support of the Knight of Nature. We can succeed with or without you. If you are willing to do it, sit down. If you are not willing, do as you please. Okay. Vuen said between his teeth. Senna and Ludwig had a showdown. He had to stand with one of the two forces, otherwise the boss and the second in command would fight, and he, the third in command, would be the first to suffer. Ludwig wanted him to die, but Senna still had a chance of survival. Welcome to join us, High Priest Vuen. Senna took another sip of the juice. She had not let go of the glass, and it was almost patinate by her. Don't rush to open the champagne, I have my own requirements. Wen whispered, I took such a big risk. If you regret it after the success, I have no way to deal with it. You have to give me an explanation now. Okay. Senna put down the juice and said solemnly, in front of the great prophet and the saint, I swear to the goddess of nature that I will never touch your status and rights after the success, otherwise the goddess will abandon me, the kingdom of God will be closed to me from now on, and I will fall into the void forever and ever. Tubi and Dussa were both shocked. This oath was a bit poisonous. Looking at Wei Wen again, their eyes changed. They regarded him as a partner and their own. Wei Wen never expected that Senna would play so hard and dare to make such a poisonous oath. He secretly said crazy woman, and he had a bottom line in his heart, okay, since you have made a promise, I will not let you down. I will rush to the front. Don't worry, I will also be there that day. I won't really let you go alone, Senna promised. I feel relieved with your words. Wei Wen wiped the cold sweat from his head. The risk was great, but the benefits were even greater. He finally squeezed into this team, and his life safety and interests were guaranteed. Why are you still standing there? You can open the champagne. Headquarters of the Church of Nature. Like the headquarters of the major divisions, the headquarters of the Church of Nature is not on the chosen continent, but exists in an independent space, and its coordinates overlap with Osteria. By the way, except for the deep-rooted papal states, the other churches have the same configuration. The headquarters of the Dark Church is located in the Rashi Federation, and the Sun and Moonlight churches are adjacent, both located in Greece on the west coast of the Aegean Sea. The Church of Death. Unknown, God knows where it has moved to now, almost isolated from the world, and there has been no major movement for a long time. It's like dead. Getting back to the point, looking at the space where the headquarters of the Church of Nature is located, the mountains rise and fall one after another, and from near to far, they are all covered by lush trees and colorful flowers and plants. The building complex of the natural church headquarters is located in the mountains. There are many white halls, which were built by the magic engineering team. They are magnificent and far beyond the comparison of the buildings in the human world. Compared with this place, the low houses in London are definitely from the countryside, and begging for food is inferior to others. Mountains, lakes, rivers, and white halls are dotted among them. Greenery and vitality, flowers are everywhere, and there is a peaceful and harmonious balance of beauty. Being in it, you can not only feel the magnificence and magic of nature, but also feel the true meaning of life advocated by the natural church. It is an excellent place to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world. Unfortunately, where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. When there are more people, the hustle and bustle of the world will follow. Meeting room. The blue dome is clear and the sky is blue, the amber round lake is wavy, and the white pillars connect the sky and the ground, supporting a fantasy space. Between the lake and the sky, a 10-meter-long white table stands horizontally, with several white high-backed chairs. The senior leaders of the natural church are all here for a routine meeting to discuss some trivial matters. Today's meeting concerns the rights of several oracle high priests, not a trivial matter like the selection of saints, so everyone is present in their true form. Pope Ludwig, Great Prophet Tube, Saint Tusa. Then came the 4 oracle high priests Senna, Baker, Weaving, and Macquarie. Deputy head Gavin, who had not been seen for a long time, also attended today's meeting. Wayne also came, in Senna's body. Not fixed in a corner, evenly distributed, all over the body. Ludwig presided over the meeting as usual, opened his mouth and said a few opening remarks. After receiving sparse applause, he put down the documents in his hand, closed his eyes and began to rest. The Pope was ready to leave the chosen continent and go to the kingdom of God to create glory again. Everyone knew this, so Ludwig's silence was not surprising. The more silent the Pope was, the more power he would delegate, which was a good thing for everyone. Since no one is talking, let me start. Weaving said a few words in a pretentious manner, starting with the work of developing believers. He first affirmed the basic base of Austria and Prussia, and then changed the subject and mentioned the rapid pace of Prussia's expansion. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that Prussia will not stop its conquest. At the same time, it was declared war by 2 powerful countries, Windsor and Frank, and there was also the Ross Federation, which was not moving. Prussia's situation was not ideal. To break the double-team situation, it must either sweep the Ross Federation to the north or destroy Frank and Windsor to the west. In terms of geographical location, Frank and Windsor are the first choice, and the possibility of a two-way battle is not high. I know Frank's defense line very well. It is difficult for Prussia to break it. She has fallen into a deadlock. It may not be a good thing for our natural church to be too deeply involved with Prussia, Weaving said. Pope Ludwig's eyelids trembled slightly, and he looked at Weaving in confusion. His keen political sense made him detect a clue. There is no good meeting. Someone wants to make a fuss about him today. He glanced at Tubby pretending to be dead, Dussa lowered her head, and Gavin seemed to be drunk, with his eyes blank and in a daze. Among the four oracle priests, except for Vuan who spoke loudly, the other three all looked as if they had nothing to do with the matter. Interesting. Ludwig sat up straight and said with a smile, Vuan, in your opinion, where should the natural church go in the future? We are too close to Prussia. In the short term, we can expand our faith, which seems good, but it is not the case. Once Prussia stops or is forced to reverse, the church's situation will plummet. I suggest reducing contact with Prussia to prevent the church from being involved in the war. Well said, you have the potential to be the Pope. I am very optimistic about you, Ludwig said happily. Ah, this. Vuan's tongue was shaking, and he almost fell to the Pope. Thinking of the ambush that night, he was determined to overthrow him. I don't think so. Another oracle priest, Macari, spoke up, saying sarcastically, as far as I know, Weaving and Prussia were very close some time ago. I'm afraid that they suddenly cut off their relationship for personal gain. Individuals are individuals, and the church is everyone's church. Weaving's claim is not valid. Macari, you are right, you are more suitable to be the Pope. Ludwig nodded in agreement. The old man is trying to smooth things over. The three oracle priests cursed in their hearts, and seeing Ludwig's face, Weaving slammed the table and stood up. Your Excellency the Pope, I received an anonymous letter that mentioned your many collaborations with Prussian high-level officials. Each of them was bloody and affected the reputation of the church. I hope you can explain it, Baker said with a dark face. Weaving. What's going on? Isn't this my line? Before Weaving could speak, Baker took over his lines. Seeing Macari's voice on the side, he was even more puzzled. His heart tightened, suspecting that Senna not only invited him to be beheaded, but also took Baker and Macari as dogs. What did it mean? Let the three of them compete in the front, and whoever performed the best would stay. Weaving suddenly remembered that there was a loophole in Senna's oath. Yes, Senna would not shake his position and power, but she did not say that Baker and Macari could not. What a cruel woman. Weaving panicked, snatched Baker's microphone, laid out dozens of evidences, and criticized Ludwig verbally. The strong words and firm attitude made Baker and Macari unable to deal with him. The two looked confused and forgot that they had formed an alliance with Weaving. You did it? X2. I didn't. X2. Although they didn't know what kind of madness Vuan had, the more help the better. The two joined the group chat. The three oracle high priests denounced Ludwig's inhumanity and put a lot of evidence on the table. X4. Gavin was confused and didn't understand what happened. Tubby and Dussa looked at each other and chose not to speak. Senna frowned slightly, suspecting that Vuan had joined forces with Baker and Macari, and asked Wayne what to do. Let's wait and see. The three oracle high priests' trouble is a good thing for us. Wayne said he was not in a hurry, not in a hurry. The sun set on the river, the passing of time is like this, day and night. Senna didn't understand directly, so she translated it, patiently sitting by the river, waiting for the bodies of the enemy to float. The strong sun didn't rush to the river to fight. He waited patiently by the river day and night, watching the bodies of the enemy float up one by one. The three high priests of the oracle said a lot, and the evidence was irrefutable. In the end, they used the interjection "son of the beach." A son of the beach not only expresses his anger towards the Pope, but also reflects the helplessness of being in the situation from the side. It depicts the character's psychology in detail, shows the arc of the character's growth, and also plays a key role in connecting the past and the future. Ludwig looked at the three fools with interest. The evidence was all true. He had indeed done it. But so what? To be blunt, he wasn't targeting anyone, but everyone present was happy, and he wouldn't even frown when we were together. The exception is Senna. Behind him is the natural Nightwane, who is his most feared enemy. Ludwig, after we have said so much, don't you want to make a quibble? You are deliberately framed, so don't worry about finding any charges. No matter what I say, it will be useless. There is nothing to quibble about. If you must say something, I have a message for everyone here. Ludwig stopped smiling and said expressionlessly, I am the Pope. One sentence choked Wei Wen and the three of them unable to answer. No matter what happens in the future, Ludwig is now the Pope and has absolute power in his hands. Ludwig, you are not a pious Pope. To be spoke slowly. Oh, the great prophet is also involved. Ludwig asked curiously, tell me, what prophecy are you going to distort today? It's not a misinterpretation, but a genuine prophecy. I saw the future. The church will perish in your hands. You sacrificed everyone to the devil. To be said coldly. Great prophet, you said that I can accept darkness and death, but I have never been in contact with the devils in hell. Ludwig's face turned cold. Making up lies must be based on reality. I can allow your slander, but I cannot allow your ignorance. The great prophet did not lie. I also received the oracle. The current pope is the devil's minion. The Prussian devil container is inseparable from the current pope, Dussas said weakly. After saying that, he lowered his head. X2. Baker and McCurry were shocked. They had been calculating for many days, but they never expected that everyone would open fire on Ludwig. The two of them were not naive enough to think that all the people present were friendly forces. After a little thought, they guessed that it had been planned for a long time. They subconsciously looked at Wei Wen, suspecting that he had attracted the great prophet and the saint. Wei Wen did not like his competitors and snorted coldly to show his tough attitude. Seeing this, the two became more convinced that Wei Wen was secretly causing trouble. As the Pope of the Natural Church, I am about to enter the kingdom of God. A vast future is in front of me. No one can surrender to the devil of hell. Don't say similar words again. I will pretend it didn't happen today. The scene was a little out of control, and Ludwig felt sullen, blaming himself for giving Changji a good look recently. Ludwig, it's better to say some things clearly, Senna said. Sina, do you want to join the game too? No, I do it for the reputation of the Pope and for the future of the entire natural church. Senna said calmly, the great prophet and the saint received prophecies and oracles at the same time. This matter is not that simple. In case people are distracted, we are constantly suspicious of the Pope, so why not clear up the misunderstanding today? Senna smiled slightly. Whatever evil intentions she had, it was all the master's task. What High Priest Senna said makes sense, we must make it clear today. Wei Wen immediately raised his voice, Ludwig, what's going on with prophecies and oracles? Please explain, what are the minions of the devil, and who do you serve? Absurd. Ludwig stood up and glanced at everyone, have you had enough trouble? I will leave the God's chosen continent. Sooner or later, the position of Pope will fall into your hands. There is no need to rush. You should consider who will be the next Pope zone. That makes sense. X3. Having said that, when are you going to enter the kingdom of God? Senna asked quietly. You make more sense. X3. The three weavings stared at Ludwig closely, and Baker said, you said you were leaving for almost a year. During this time, you have been strengthening cooperation with Prussia. What is going on? Prussia and did the devil make a deal? Were you the one who brokered it? Presumptuous! Ludwig shouted, his magic power surged, and a vast and unparalleled mental pressure suddenly dissipated. The situation in the blue dome suddenly changed, and the rippling lake surface stirred up the stormy waves. On the pillars, cracks exploded with crackling sounds, and thin black snakes swam away at high speed, and a few pieces of debris collapsed from time to time. Everyone's eyes flickered, and there was a vague illusion, as if the entire sky was shaking with Ludwig. Under this heavy pressure, they were like canoes on the sea, rising and falling under the huge waves rolled up by the storm. Suddenly, the tsunami rolled in, and they were about to be shattered into pieces in an instant. The minds of several people went blank, their bodies forgot how to breathe, and their thoughts were suffocated, almost collapsing. At this time, the gap in cultivation realm can be seen. Wei Wen, Baker, and McCurry looked the worst, alternating between blue and white, and almost couldn't breathe. Tubby and Gavin frowned. Although they were embarrassed, it didn't hurt. Dussa. How should I put it, she was intact and didn't feel anything. In the high-end round, she was just a silver mage and was not qualified to enter. She had no idea how powerful Ludwig was. The light in Senna's eyes soared. Mr. Pope, your power seems to be more than just a legendary mage. Do you really have a problem? Senna was stuffed so full by Wayne that her foam almost overflowed. She was blocked from the powerful sense of oppression and was not affected at all. In the compressed files she received, those who could perform like Ludwig were all God's chosen knights in the other world without exception. Ludwig was even more powerful than William the Sun Knight. This was wrong. In the other world, she killed the church's high-ranking officials to become the new pope, including Ludwig. If Ludwig was really so powerful, she, who had just obtained the elemental words, would not have won. In the past 2 years, some changes have taken place in Ludwig. Pope, you've exposed yourself. Senna, you're the one who's surprising. You've actually seen power above the legend. Ludwig narrowed his eyes slightly, and once again deepened his fear of the God's chosen knight. Knowing that he was exposed, a ray of black light flashed in his eyes, and he raised his 5 fingers to seal the space where the entire natural church was located. You betrayed the church and intended to assassinate the Pope. No one can escape today. Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 392. Buzz buzz buzz. Visible waves swept across the mountains, and the space where the natural church was located was isolated from the chosen continent. People inside could not go out, and people outside could not come in. This was Ludwig's power as the Pope, holding the key to the door. If he didn't nod, no one would think of leaving today. Kill them all. Everyone was amazed at Ludwig's decisiveness and ruthlessness, and even more surprised that he was really the devil's claws. Brothers just said it casually, but you took it seriously. Tubby and Dussa were the most confused. The fake oracle became the real oracle after being passed on. It was not a frame-up, but a judgment representing justice and fairness. Is there a possibility that Wayne was not talking nonsense, and he had already grasped the evidence that Ludwig was the devil's claws, and knew that no one would believe it, so he used the name of the fake oracle to make the truth clear? Dussa thought it was reasonable, Tubby would not, and the possibility of the Pope of the natural church apostatizing and turning to hell was very small, but it was not impossible. The reason is simple, and it can be summarized in one sentence: there is no God in hell. The 7 demon kings are the gods of hell, but they are not real gods. Theoretically, any devil can become a god, not limited to the 7 demon kings. Ludwig is only one step away from becoming a demigod. In order not to enter the kingdom of God too early and work for the goddess of nature, He suppresses his own cultivation realm and forcibly stays in the realm of the legendary wizard's half-step peak perfection. As long as he wants, becoming a demigod is not a problem. This thought lasted for more than 100 years. In the human world, Ludwig is the leader of the Church of Nature. In the kingdom of God, Ludwig is a lifelong wage earner. Even if there is still a possibility of moving up, he is destined to become a cow and horse because of the mark of the goddess. Either he rolls his colleagues to death or he is rolled to death by his colleagues. There is no future for wage earners. Even if he rolls the gods to death and replaces them, the result is the same. This road has been blocked. All efforts are not for himself, but to achieve the great glory of the goddess. Goddess, if you don't work hard, how can I defeat those little bitches? If the company is not listed, how can we get money to issue employee shares? How can we get capital to acquire the paradise next door? They have become multinational companies. Let me be more straightforward. In the human world, Ludwig is the Pope, but in the kingdom of God, he is just a small scoundrel. Ludwig certainly cannot accept the disparity in status. On the other hand, it is different in hell. With his demigod strength, he can replace one of the 72 demon kings and become a well-known small manager by switching to hell. After laying a foundation, relying on the authority of the territory, his own strength can take a big step forward. By then, he will become the 7th demon king, the great demon god, marry the lord of lust, and reach the peak of life. Everything can be expected. Yes, hell is also rolling, and none of the 7 demon kings are good. But hell can roll out the future, rolling for itself, not for the boss. This is a super high standard treatment that the kingdom of God and heaven cannot provide. The company of hell is really promising. There is hope to be a boss if you go there. It is said that the devil is good at deceiving people. Just by talking, legendary wizards will sell their souls to the devil. This is unfair to the devil. Legendary wizards are not easy to deal with. The devil has overdrawn its reputation for 10,000 years. How could the legendary wizards be fooled by them? It has nothing to do with the devil's eloquence. The legendary wizards are attracted by the resources of hell and are willing to be fooled by the devil for their own future. It was Ludwig's turn to choose. He stood at the fork in the road and walked towards hell without hesitation. His choice was unexpected, but also reasonable. Although Tubby was surprised, he didn't think it was outrageous. He felt that he didn't have this decisiveness and courage. He deserved that. He was just a great prophet, and Ludwig could be the Pope. Senna looked at Ludwig, who was about to kill him, in surprise, and asked in his mind, "You knew he was a devil a long time ago, so you let the great prophet and the saint falsely convey the oracle." Wayne. I said this was a coincidence, do you believe it? Wayne estimated that Senna would not believe it. How could it be such a coincidence? If he were not the person involved, he would not believe it himself. So he simply confessed, "My physique is quite special. Wherever I go, my enemies will become devils." I am not surprised that Ludwig is a devil's claw. I have been mentally prepared for it a long time ago. Excuse me, this is a physique that attracts devils, not turning enemies into devils. Senna is not the first one to say this. Mona, Hexunio, and Austin have all complained about it. Facts speak louder than words. Wayne himself believes it a little. Boom. Ludwig's sense of oppression is too strong. The terrifying momentum is like a bottomless sea hanging upside down in the sky. It is dark and overwhelming. Nothing can be felt except heaviness. Why when and the other two gradually couldn't bear it? They pulled down the void and took the lead in pushing away their own life force fields. The invisible fluctuations dispersed, and the three people were separated in their own worlds. The heavy pressure dissipated, and they finally got a chance to breathe. At the same time, Tubby, Gavin, and Senna also pushed away their own life force fields. The 6 people joined forces to open up a green sky, and the huge vitality pulled each other to jointly build a vast and magnificent world. The center of the world was Ludwig. His body was suspended in the air, and his vitality field was 3 meters in diameter. It seemed that he was suppressed by the 6 people and it was difficult to expand his world. Ludwig was calm and composed, while the 6 people who besieged him all looked solemn. They were unsure of Ludwig's depth, fearing that he had taken that step and achieved the terrifying realm of demigod. If that were the case, no matter how many legendary mages came, they would be useless, even if they were the best among the legendary mages. Ludwig looked at everyone with a dark face. Senna's guess was right. In the past 2 years, or more precisely, in the past year, some changes had taken place in him. He was no longer a pure human. He had transplanted the blood of the devil, half human and half devil. Once he set foot in hell, he would become a real devil. A long time ago, Ludwig and Prussia had been flirting with each other. It was unclear what the relationship was. At the beginning, it was to expand the number of believers and consolidate power while making some benefits. Warehouses cannot keep on catching fire. Taking private jobs to earn extra money is the kingly way. As the cooperation deepened, Prussia's appetite grew bigger and bigger. He mentioned the devil container and asked Ludwig to provide some technical assistance. Ludwig did not participate in the project, but he did not refuse directly. He sent the Hellology knowledge seized by the Natural Church to Prussia to see what the prospects of the Hell project were. At that time, Ludwig was still in a wait-and-see state. He had the idea of going to Hell, but he had not made up his mind and regarded it as one of the options for the future. Later, he offended Wayne, the heir of the Natural Knight. He sensed a deep hidden murderous intention in Wayne, and the scale gradually tilted towards Hell. When he contacted the Prussian high-level officials, he helped them solve technical difficulties and met a devil among the 7 devil kings. An adult devil and a mature pope, both sides only talked about reality and did not draw cakes. Ludwig was determined to go to Hell. The devil provided Ludwig with a way, but first, Ludwig had to help open the door to Hell, and then there were all kinds of operations by Ludwig. Whether it was decentralization or guiding the Oracle High Priest to fight internally, they were all tricks for Ludwig to cover up his tracks. He never wanted to enter the kingdom of God, nor did he consider passing the position of Pope to anyone. The entire headquarters of the Church of Nature was his stepping stone to open the door to Hell. Ludwig calculated that the natural nightmare rarely traveled in the frozen continent, and when he did, he had to execute the oracle, so he would not come to the headquarters of the Natural Church. The heir Wayne was very talented and shrewd, but his only shortcoming was that he was young, and his potential needed time to be exchanged. It would take him 2.5 years to become a true natural knight, which was enough time to open the gate of Hell in the Prussian capital of Berlin. Ludwig planned everything and thought it was foolproof. He painted and listened to songs every day, and delegated power to guide the Oracle High Priest and the Prussian high-level officials to cooperate deeply, and tied everyone to this lightning chariot. The only thing he didn't expect was that there was a problem with the great prophet and the saint. The goddess, who had always been indifferent, suddenly issued an oracle. Ludwig didn't know whether the oracle was true or false. His intuition told him that the great prophet and the saint were lying, one talking nonsense, and the other talking nonsense, with the purpose of driving him out of power in order to regain his power. The possibility was as high as 99.9%. There is still 0.1%, Ludwig dare not gamble. If the goddess is serious, he continues to play dumb is equivalent to waiting for death. Can't wait. Kill all the insiders, and then strive for some time to open the gate of Hell. From then on, the sky is high and the birds fly, the sea is wide and the fish jump, no one can restrain his pace of progress. Work for the goddess? Why, the goddess was just born a few thousand years earlier. Give him a few thousand years, dare to ask the goddess to work for him. Ludwig, at this point, you are no longer the Pope of the Natural Church. You are a sinner in the church. There is no need to talk about chivalry to deal with the devil, Deputy Captain Gavin, let's go together. The three oracle priests said one by one, standing on the moral high ground, pointing fingers at Ludwig. Insects are like this, the real smart people are silent at this moment. After all, at this point, everyone has nothing to talk about. Whether Ludwig is a devil or not, the knife is on their necks, just do it. Humph. Ludwig snorted coldly, waved his hand and took out a sharp long knife from his sleeve. The blade was huge and easy to chop. He held the long knife and chopped forward. The unparalleled edge turned into a phantom like the sickle of the god of death. With the terrifying whistling sound, it became louder and louder, and the space was separated to emit a terrifying energy wave. The surrounding, the invading life force field was swept into the airwaves like the raging sea. The mountains and forests collapsed, and the earth was split in two in an instant. Seeing this attack, Vuin's face changed immediately. Ludwig did not attack Tubby or Gavin, but chose to attack him first. What do you mean? Do you really think he is a soft persimmon? Vuin snorted coldly, let's go together, take him down quickly, so as not to have more troubles at night. Baker and Macquarie, two insects, lent a hand, neither fast nor slow, ready to use Vuin to fill his life and dampen Ludwig's spirit. Tubby protected the Saint Dussa who had no power to resist, pretending that he could not leave. At the critical moment, Gavin rushed to the front. He hated weaving, but at the moment, the real enemy was Ludwig. With the night sword in hand, Gavin rushed towards the wind blade. At the moment of approaching, the edge of the Grim Reaper's sickle was divided into three, passing Gavin and rushing towards Weaving, Baker, and Macquarie. Weaving was the weakest in the field, and so were Baker and Macquarie. If Ludwig pinched them, he would be a soft persimmon. Rumble. Wherever the edge passed, the green mountains and forests shook violently like an earthquake, and three cracks extended down. As the edge grew larger and larger, it pushed open with the momentum of connecting the sky and the ground, and the natural chasm became an abyss, completely separating the closely connected life force fields of Weaving and the other two. The terrifying energy storm spread out, destroying the mountains and rivers beyond recognition. The hurricane rolled up endless dust waves, turning into a horrific natural disaster like a sandstorm, and directly submerged the location of Wen and the other two. Three figures blocked the hurricane, but were overturned by the impact of the sharp edge and retreated far away in embarrassment. Whether they can win or not, they will know after fighting. As soon as they fought, the three knew that they had nothing to do today. Tubby, who was guarding Dussa, had a red face, veins on his forehead and neck, and cursed him inwardly as an insect. Gavin was unable to help, and was too lazy to look back. He held the night sword and cut a sharp edge. The light was like lightning that illuminated the night sky, carrying bursts of thunder, and came to Ludwig in an instant. Ludwig raised his long sword and chopped it. While breaking the sword light, Gavin rushed in front of him. He narrowed his eyes slightly and fought with him with the sword. In an instant, deafening roars continued, swords and shadows crisscrossed, the two fought for life and death, each using what they had learned in their lives, without any reservation. Gavin became more and more frightened, his eyes were full of green, and he turned into a slender elf without knowing when. Unlike other handsome elves, the elf he transformed into had a beard on his face and an unusually strong body. The night sword in his hand was as bright as a rainbow, and every strike was like thunder, stirring up a loud sound that pierced the clouds and cracked the rocks. Behind Gavin, a hazy shadow descended, and the blurred figure exuded a strong pressure. As the night sword in Gavin's hand danced, the shadow's eyes opened, and the bright light made the sun, moon, and star city eclipsed. Divine art! How can it be as you wish? Ludwig's eyes flashed with fear, guilty as a thief, and he did not dare to face the shadow of the goddess of nature. He did not move, but the life force field around him hummed and trembled. The space where the Church of Nature was located stagnated, and the air solidified, as if time had stopped. Many mages could not sense the breath of life in nature. The grass and trees were close at hand, but they could not feel the real feeling when they touched them. In great shock, a group of people, led by the legendary mage, rushed towards the direction of the meeting hall. Halfway through, they were blocked by members of the church's Knights of Nature. The front was under martial law and no one was allowed to approach. This was Gavin's promise to Wayne, and the Knights of Nature maintained order at the scene. The camera returned to the center of the battlefield, and the goddess behind Gavin disappeared. The magic was broken without attack. No matter how he summoned, he could not sense the favor of the goddess. Gavin was shocked, but his sword was not chaotic and still had rules and methods. However, without the blessing of magic, his speed and strength were completely at a disadvantage, and Ludwig chopped him on the shoulder. The armor was broken, Gavin staggered back, and was shocked by the sharp edge attacking him, and he disappeared in the same place like teleporting. Ludwig did not chase him, but smiled and looked at the pale Gavin. "How is it, do you feel that the goddess has abandoned you? What did you do?" "This is the inheritance of the Pope, the secret method passed down by each Pope, you are not qualified to know it." Ludwig said lightly. The black light in his eyes gradually became stronger, and his body shape changed slightly. He frowned and felt the influence of the 7 deadly sins on himself. Pride, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony, and lust. Perhaps because of his arrogance, Ludwig took the initiative to answer Gavin's doubts. "Let you die knowing that the space where the headquarters of the Church of Nature is located is a complete philosopher's stone. All the information laws here were created by a living demigod. Without the sacrifice of this demigod, there would be no shelter for the Church of Nature. As the Pope, I hold this philosopher's stone and can control everything here, including your connection with the goddess." Ludwig became more arrogant as he spoke, and smiled contemptuously. "You can only use my magic if I agree. If I don't agree, you will never see the goddess until you die." Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Ludwig held a philosopher's stone. He was no different from a demigod if he was not a demigod. He looked at Gavin, whose face was ashen, and glanced at Tubby, who was fighting wits and courage with the air. He ignored the 3 insects shrinking in the distance and looked at Senna, who had not moved. "High Priest Senna, you have seen the power above the legend, that is the realm of demigod. Can you tell me, is it Mr. Mura's power or Mr. Wayne's power? W omega omega TKNO. This is very critical, and it determines where Ludwig will go after killing everyone." "It's my power," Senna smiled, and a strong confidence flashed in her eyes. This woman is a little abnormal, and her words cannot be believed. Ludwig snorted coldly. "Since you have seen the power of demigod, then feel my life field." Boom boom. Beside Ludwig, the life force field with a diameter of 3 meters turned into nothingness and disappeared in white. Black vines extended from the edge and spread in all directions, completing the expansion of the field at an extremely crazy speed. At first, there were only 8 vines, and the growth rate was amazing. When they broke out of the ground, there was a terrifying movement of an ancient dragon awakening from the abyss. They twisted their bodies and grew wildly towards the sky, almost covering the sky in the blink of an eye. The 8 black vines have rough skin and are covered with mottled and wrinkled textures, like 8 mountain-like black tentacles, shrouding the world in darkness. Countless tiny vines grow out of the textures, growing infinitely, unchecked, and madly devouring everything around them. Behind the performance is the suppression and influence of the life field on the life force field. The forest world constructed by the 6 people has become unrecognizable under the devouring of vines. Mountains collapsed, waterways stunk, trees were stained with dark black light, green dissipated, replaced by rotten and oppressive life. A world full of vitality, only a desolate ruins. In this doomsday picture, 8 black vines are the only masters, wantonly breeding and growing, wantonly invading and devouring, wantonly tampering with the original information, and turning the whole world into their own territory. Despair and helplessness flashed in the eyes of Wen and the other two. They could not stop it, and they could not survive by holding together. They had to quickly move closer to Tubby and Gavin. The 5 people joined forces to save a habitat. The pressure of the sky falling down came, and the faces of the 5 people were very ugly. Ludwig has taken that step. He himself is a demigod, plus a philosopher's stone refined by a demigod, a full 2 demigods. 0.5 add 0.5 equal 1, they have become gods? Regardless of whether it is calculated this way or not, let's just say whether the equation is established or not. For the 5 people, Ludwig at this time is no different from God. They can give birth to children if they want them to. Your Excellency the Pope, I also want to go to hell. I also want to be a devil, but I just need Your Excellency the Pope to point out a clear way. Give me a chance. I had no choice before, but now I just want to be a devil. The 3 insects showed their loyalty, which made Gavin's face pale and tightened the knight's sword in his hand. Tubby and Dussa said nothing, their hearts were up and down, and they didn't know how to survive. They had seen Wayne and knew that the successor of the natural knight was nearby, but in just 1 year, no matter how talented Wayne was, he could not defeat the demigod holding the Philosopher's Stone. Besides, he didn't come, and only sent the spokesperson Senna, who didn't know where he hid. If it was at the church headquarters, it would be over. Everyone was surrounded by Ludwig, and there was no one to send a message for help. How is it, High Priest Senna, my demigod realm is stronger than the demigod you have seen? Ludwig raised his hands, intoxicated by the powerful force. No, you haven't become a demigod yet. They are still here, their life force field can still persist. This is not the performance of a demigod, you just have the ability to reach the demigod, but you haven't become a real demigod. Senna pursed her lips, intoxicated by the infinite joy of the body and mind, and said slowly, let me guess, you haven't taken that step yet, using the Philosopher's Stone to simulate the life field, right? Senna, you are too smart, you can't get the favor of the Knight Master like this. Ludwig did not refute, he did not take that step, because his realm attainments lacked some foundation, so he could not swallow the life force field of Gavin and the other 5 in one breath. No, it's not the time to take that step yet. Only when the gate of hell is truly opened, he will completely accept the blood of the devil and formally take that step. When doing business with the devil, you must be careful. By the way, beware of the kingdom of nature, so as not to be captured by the goddess and become a mule-kneeling tribe just after becoming a demigod. Although not a demigod, she also has the power of a demigod, and there is no shortage of life domains. Ludwig did not take Senna seriously, but just wanted to know how strong Wayne is now. He believed that Wayne was a super genius. A year ago, he was a silver mage, and now he is a gold mage. With the elemental mantra, his strength is close to that of a demigod. This is the limit, there is no reason to be stronger. Assumptions are assumptions, just in case, I still have to ask clearly. You are right, my Knight Master does hate me, but I am a bad woman, which is a plus point. The cells in the body are infinitely happy, Senna almost couldn't hold it, and showed her true form on the spot. She quickly shut up, took a breath, and her eyes gradually turned cold. Ludwig, you are not a real demigod, there is no need for my Knight Master to take action, I will take your head today. You. Ludwig chuckled, this joke is good, with a bit of pleasing warmth in the indifference, very serious and without any B number. Traitor Ludwig, you have become the devil's claws, betrayed the goddess, and betrayed your own beliefs. Your future ends here. Stop talking nonsense, as if you have beliefs. I really do. Senna waved her hand to draw a black line, took out the elemental mantra from the portable space, and the surging breath of life spread out, wrapped around her body, and madly strengthened her momentum, spreading circles of energy shock waves visible to the naked eye in the sky. Elemental Mantra. The power of the God-chosen artifact cannot be faked. While staring at several onlookers, Ludwig was also stunned. Everyone exclaimed that it was incredible, and they couldn't understand how Senna was qualified to hold the elemental mantra. It seems that she has also mastered the power of the elemental mantra. This is not the chosen knight of God. Don't you understand? This is the reward of faith for my loyalty. Senna's mouth curled up, and the elemental mantra was raised above her head. Her beautiful body swelled in an instant, casting a large shadow in the air. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon descended, and the sea of magic tide surged. 4 color elements filled it. As the space rippled, a pair of dragon eyes slowly opened. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 393. The dragon wings that covered the sky and the sun spread out in the sky, like dark clouds covering the sky, blocking the light of the sun and the moon, and making the sky dark. The domineering and powerful dragon power spread out, squeezing the space and making the air sticky. The magic tide rolled, revealing a blue sea, the scale of which was even more terrifying than that of Pope Senna in the other world. She was not fighting alone, and there was Wayne in her body. The azure projection fell from the sky, filled with 4 color elements, like a dream, so beautiful that Ludwig felt a chill. In front of his eyes, the dragon was nearly 300 meters long, and the white life armor wrapped the dragon body, and the green dragon's true color was not seen. The element mantra turned into a white sharp horn dozens of meters long, located in the center of the dragon's head, and the 4 color light of the elements wandered along the cracks of the armor, the energy ripples rhythmically, and every breath had a surging air wave spreading. The perfectly transformed dragon's eyes were cold, like 2 shining stars, with boundless majesty piercing people's hearts, shocking their souls and minds and making them dare not act rashly. In the mouth and nose, with the breath, the wind and fire waves rolled up, and under the turbulent airflow, invisible wind blades were cutting the surrounding clouds into pieces. Just one appearance, the invisible sense of oppression made Ludwig's face extremely ugly. He felt the power of demigod in the dragon. Like him, he did not have the realm of demigod, but obtained absolute power above the legendary wizard. How is it possible? Ludwig looked sinister. No one questioned the power of the god's chosen artifact. The elemental mantra allowed Senna to obtain the power of demigod. Of course, the problem was where Senna got the qualification. The god's chosen knight could give his power to his followers, which was fine, but this power had a limit, and Senna's change obviously exceeded the limit. Ludwig was still showing off his strength, and Senna showed off the same level of strength. He was slapped on his smug face, and it hurt so much. The 7 deadly sins were at work. Arrogance is unbearable, jealousy is unwilling to admit, rage means anger, laziness wants to get something for nothing, greed conveys desire, gluttony devours it, lust. Lust means this dragon is really good looking. The sharp horns of the elemental mantra on the dragon's head rhythmically breathe life, reshape the arrangement of the 4 elements, reorganize matter and add the power of life, and transform into lifelike dragon heads. From virtual to real, dozens of dragon heads roared and breathed out energy with completely different properties. Filled with huge magic power, the elemental mantra is used as a lever to pry the real world, blur the mirror ripples, and create this magnificent scene. It will undoubtedly take a lot of time for Senna to study dragon language magic by herself, and because of the inconsistency between the inside and the outside and the different environments, the projection form will also be very different. Wayne brought the answer from the other world, and Senna copied it directly. With the help provided by Wayne in her body, she was able to control the elemental mantra with ease, showing a power that was even more powerful than Senna, the Pope of the other world. The gorgeous magic array spread out, forming a continuous piece, rendering half of the sky. Suddenly, the world sank suddenly, and the huge pressure squeezed the space and spread out ripples. Dozens of dragon heads aimed at the life field below, without deliberately aiming at Ludwig, firing at full power, and saturation strikes covered the sky and the earth. The energy ball passed through the magic array and turned into a galloping beam of light pouring down. The colorful light distorted the space, stirred up the traces like ripples of water waves, destroyed the space collapse, and split the life field to form a series of intersecting abysses. Ludwig sensed the horrifying energy fluctuations, unwilling to sit and wait for death, raised his 5 fingers, and waved 8 black vines to roll up to the sky. The beam strangled the vines, which were as thick as mountains, and broke them into pieces. The rumbling black shadows fell from the sky, and more and larger black vines attacked the sky. Senna's power comes from Wayne and the elemental mantra. The 4 elements circulate and can also plunder the life field. The energy is almost endless. Ludwig relies on himself and the information in the Philosopher's Stone, which is mixed with the 7 sins of hell. It is a rotten nature, implying the withering of life at the last moment. The 2 strong forces collided, and the map cannon instantly gained an absolute advantage. With the resonance of Senna and Wayne's thinking, the 2 became more proficient in the mastery of dragon language magic, and the storm-like offensive took another step forward. Dozens of beams of light crushed and landed, annihilating everything that blocked them into nothingness. The elemental mantra extracted energy and led the 4-color light curtain to the sea of elements, turning it into Senna's energy to make the destructive power of dragon language magic more powerful. Ludwig's scalp tingled. He had never thought that a dragon could fight in this way, abandoning its powerful body and using pure magic power. It was surprisingly strong. In the distance, several insects who avoided fighting could not stand it. This woman is crazy. Will she kill us all in her killing mood? I don't need to think about it. She will definitely kill us. Without us, she will be the Pope with all the power. If I were her, I would kill my friends by mistake. The 3 of Voen felt that Senna was unreliable. Seeing that Ludwig was fighting the dragon with all his strength and had no time to deal with them, they all asked to stand further away. Gavin had a dark face and didn't say anything. He couldn't stand the chivalry of being with this group of insects. The few people were too close to the bombardment range. The 3 of Voen ran the fastest. They hugged each other, and the life force field cooperated with each other, and they killed a way out of the life field. Seeing this, Tubi chased after them decisively. It was warm with more people, and he also wanted to hug them. When it came to escaping, Tubi didn't even bother pretending. He left Dussa behind and ran away as fast as he could. Dussa looked at Gavin next to her with a pitiful look. The latter said that he couldn't bear to watch and said in a deep voice, "Go behind me and don't do unnecessary things." Gavin held the knight's sword in his hand, unwilling to leave the stage, and wanted to contribute his own strength. At this time, the situation was a little clear. Senna almost pressed Ludwig to the ground, but Ludwig had been in office for 100 years, and he was protected by the Philosopher's Stone. His own strength was also extremely strong. Gavin was worried that he still had a trump card, so he stayed on the sidelines waiting for an opportunity. Boom! With the energy breath of dozens of dragon heads, a bottomless black abyss crisscrossed the land, forming an extremely complex magic circle. In the other world, Pope Senna's 2 consecutive attacks were wiped out by Wayne before she could perform them. The power of dragon language magic could not be shown to the world. Wayne recorded the scene with his mind, packed it for Senna, and let her learn and master it. At first, she was a little unfamiliar, but soon she mastered the essence. But the aurora flashed, and the terrifying energy fluctuations shocked people. The space was twisted and mad under the impact of this energy, as if the entire life field was about to be torn apart. Not good. Ludwig was in the game, only concerned with resisting the energy beam, and did not pay attention to the changes below. Seeing that the magic circle had been activated and the devastating attack was about to come, he decisively took the Philosopher's Stone to the top, so that the space where the entire Church of Nature was located could withstand this attack. 8 tentacles rolled to the ground and arranged defenses around Ludwig. Stack the thickest armor. A huge beam of light shot straight into the sky. Its color was unpredictable, sometimes blazing like fire, sometimes deep and dark. Under the beautiful appearance, the energy fluctuations contained were extremely terrifying. Around the beam of light, the restless space was like a pot of boiling water, making a hissing sound. Tubby and others who were walking away felt a palpitation, their minds trembled, and they had a premonition of the shattering of space. The power of the legendary wizard was insignificant at this moment. They joined forces to forge a life force field and ran faster. Buzz buzz buzz. The aurora disappeared in an instant, and the terrifying energy was annihilated into nothingness, without causing an explosion that destroyed the world. It only wiped out the huge magic array on the ground, most of the life domain, and all the space within the coverage area. That's all. In the collapsed space, black turbulence ran wild, and the tentacles transformed from hurricanes spread out, hooking the surrounding space barriers, narrowing the distance between heaven and earth, and gathering this darkness until it turned into a black sphere. Pop! The sphere broke, and the space was restored to its original state. The life domain was fragmented, and the abyss was bottomless. Only the shape outlined by the original magic array could be seen. Most of the corrupt black vines were wiped out, and the rest were useless. At the end of their lives, they all rotted into mud. The real life domain is not just as simple as swallowing. The pollution ability is amazing. Demigods can create followers at will. Without considering the consequences, Tubby, Gavin, and others will not be able to escape, and they will all become the shape of Ludwig. The fact that they did not change can only mean that Ludwig's life domain is an empty shell, lacking the foundation of the realm. Gavin stood at the edge of the abyss, with Dussa closing her eyes behind him. The high-end game was too high-end, and the void was easily broken. It was not suitable for a novice like her to enter. Gavin looked up at the sky and saw 2 dark masses. One was a giant dragon that covered the sky and the other. The black sphere was suspended in the air, and the charred vines were constantly peeling off the ashes. There was a faint sound of metal friction coming from the inside. Crash! When all the ashes were peeled off, the black chains wrapped inside were revealed. These chains were transformed from the 7 deadly sins. As the chains returned to the information of the Divine Comedy, Ludwig appeared in Gavin's eyes in a new form. It was a black dragon, more than 250 meters long, with a strong physique, a huge head, sharp horns, and a gloomy metallic dark light. It was cold and dark, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. The dragon's eyes were scarlet, its mouth and nose spewed hot flames, its limbs were strong and powerful, and its dark wings danced with storms, turning into heavy chains of sin. The scales all over its body were as black as ink, exuding a strong smell of sulfur, as hard as iron, and shining with the luster of star gems. Dragon. Wayne was stunned for a moment. As far as I know, the only big demon king in hell who has a relationship with dragons is the Lord of Rage. Can Prussia's devil container also create dragons? As expected of Prussia, its black technology is the best in the world, which fits Wayne's stereotype of them. Roar, roar, roar. There can't be 2 tigers in one mountain, not even 1 male and 1 female. This female has a master, and she will only be in heat with Wayne. Looking at the dark dragon opposite, she felt that she was provoked, flapped her wings to beat the wind, and rushed up with a 40-meter-long elemental mantra. The black dragon was also very angry, waving its dragon wings to meet it. Ludwig failed to take that step. The bottleneck can be broken through, but it requires a quiet environment. He is not the protagonist and it is impossible for him to break through on the battlefield. Just now, in order to save his life, he chose to completely fuse the devil's blood. Good news, the Lord of Rage is serious, and the dragon blood is very powerful. Bad news, if you become a devil before entering hell, the Heavenly Father Church will come to your door at any time. This is in serious conflict with Ludwig's plan. He looked at the white dragon in front of him with hatred, and the 7 deadly sins attacked his heart. Rage, jealousy, and other emotions almost drove him crazy. Boom! The black and white figures collided in mid-air. The iron-hard defense was torn into pieces by the 40-meter-long elemental mantra-like paper. The white dragon's dragon horn pierced the black dragon's chest and raised its head to hold it in mid-air. The black dragon is 250 meters long, and the white dragon is nearly 300 meters long. It is these 50 meters that make the white dragon bigger than the black dragon by a full circle. Despite his strength, Ludwig was hammered by the hell black dragon he transformed into. The elemental mantra penetrated the black dragon's chest and stabbed out from its back, and large pieces of black, sticky, and extremely hot dragon blood fell like rain. The white dragon raised its head and roared, bathed in black dragon blood. Its sci-fi style body was stained with large black blood lines, showing its ferocity and dominance. A lot of blood flowed into Beilong's mouth along the life armor. She swallowed it, collecting the dragon's blood and hiding it in her body. The foam squirmed, and Wayne began to study dragon blood. He regretted that dragon blood smelled of sulfur and could not be used to purify the blood. Sci-fi and Veronica could not use it. The white dragon shook his head, and the elemental mantra tore open the wound on the black dragon's chest. Large areas of blood spilled into the air, causing the black dragon to roar in pain. 2 giant dragons were fighting in mid-air. The black dragon waved its wings, and the chains transformed from the 7 deadly sins divine comedy spread out from the ends of the dragon's wings, wrapping around the white dragon's neck and limbs like poisonous snakes. The venomous snake spitting out messages could not break the defense of the armor of life, and it was as lively as forging iron. It was originally impossible, but Wayne saw that it was quite difficult for him. He manipulated the elemental mantra to lower the defense of the life armor, and reluctantly accepted the takeaway. Ludwig didn't know that Senna was pregnant with one. When he saw the chain breaking the defense, he pursued the victory and pierced the 7 deadly sins divine comedy into the green dragon's flesh and blood scales, knocking all the power of hell into it. Senna, although I don't know what method your Night Master used to let you master the elemental mantra, the power of this hell is definitely beyond his ability. Enjoy the torture of the 7 deadly sins and become a slave of hell, Black Dragon. He spoke ferociously, his red eyes filled with ferocity and cruelty. He laughed and waited for the green dragon to turn black. His chest was bleeding, and the pain aroused his ferocity, making him even more manic and restless. After waiting for a moment, nothing happened. The green dragon is still the same green dragon. The life armor suddenly strengthens, cutting off the black chains, and sealing the green dragon's body again. Ludwig couldn't see it, couldn't distinguish it, couldn't understand it at all. Today's Senna is too evil. Nothing in her body is in line with common sense. First she controls the elemental mantra, and then she ignores the 7 deadly sins. She is as strong as a god of war. Ho 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 ho. The black dragon heard the angry roar, the world was spinning in front of his eyes, the wind roared, and his back hit the ground hard. A mouthful of hot blood surged into his throat, making his whole body tremble with pain. The white dragon raised its head, and the 40-meter-long sharp horn sliced from the black dragon's chest to the neck like tofu, causing one arm to hang down weakly, and the whole head drooped halfway. Black blood stains the earth's soil. Heat, pollution, and sin all work together, dyeing this remaining area of life black. The white dragon waved his head, and the 40-meter-long sword slashed around like a paper knife, cutting the black dragon's chest into pieces, and one of the dragon's arms was severed and thrown into the air. The brutal scene made Gavin's eyes twitch in the distance. He knew that Senna was a little crazy, but he didn't expect that she would look like this when she became crazy. By the way, is this the future Pope? Will it be a little inappropriate? Dussa behind her was already dumbfounded. She had never seen anything like this with the new saint. It was the first time that a dragon had been cut into pieces alive. Thinking back to the elegant beauty that night, I couldn't put the two figures together, but she wants to be such a big sister. Ho 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 ho. The white dragon slashed wildly with his sword. Seeing that the black dragon gradually lost resistance, he roared and opened his bloody mouth. The elemental tide surged, and dozens of dragon heads appeared one by one, aiming at the black dragon below. How cruel! Gavin thought it was inappropriate for children, so he stood in front of Dussa to prevent her from watching such a bloody scene, so as not to leave a psychological shadow on the saint and make her grow crooked in the future. Dussa put her head forward and raised her hands to cover her eyes. ////. Although, I just want to see it, and my admiration and respect for the big sister have reached the extreme. Senna is indeed very charming. Even Veronica, who is unhappy with her in various ways, has always fantasized about becoming such a majestic big sister. Boom. 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 After an intensive bombing, waves of dust rose up, and the black dragon's chest collapsed and turned into mud. Its head and body split apart, with only some mud barely connecting the two. The eyes on the head were dim and he walked peacefully. Because he was single and several hundred years old, he had no elders or younger ones, and his family members didn't make any fuss. A scream rang out among the blood. The surging breath of life gathered, and a naked man crawled out. Ludwig. I don't know what method was used to break away from the dragon's body and reshape the body. At this time, he was extremely weak, his skin was burned by the dirty blood of the black dragon, and his skin fell off, revealing pink-white flesh. Senna. Ludwig looked at the white dragon in front of him in horror. His desire for the elemental mantra reached its peak. When he saw the white dragon turning his head and looking down, his body teleported away. Disappeared. Along with Ludwig, the realm of life disappeared all over the place. Wayne saw the realm of life for the first time. Because it was fake and shoddy, he felt that it was just that, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The life domain disappeared, and everyone returned to the meeting hall. Bailong's huge body shattered the long table with columns, and the beautiful space was left shapeless. On the other side, the four insects saw that the Pope had shown his power and killed the blasphemous traitor Ludwig, so they put away their life force fields and came to show their loyalty. I choose Senna, she is the one everyone expects. X4. Whether the four had other ideas or not, they didn't dare to have any at this time. Senna ignored the group of insects, waved her wings and left the independent space where the meeting hall was located. Her huge body was suspended in the vast sky of the church headquarters, and the shadow of dragon power spread. The 40-meter-long sword on her forehead shocked the onlookers. The surging breath of life was the legendary god-chosen artifact elemental mantra. What a powerful dragon, is that the elemental mantra? Whose mount is this, Sir Knight? What happened in the meeting hall? Why did the Knights of Nature block this place? Where is the Pope? Hundreds of mages bowed and saluted, expressing their respect for the elemental mantra, looking at the white figure of the dragon going away, whispering to each other. Boom! The dragon landed, and dust and smoke rose. Senna turned into a human form, wearing white life armor, holding the elemental mantra in her hand, and her long hair dancing without wind, looking more like a god of war. She looked at the Pope's hall in front of her, her eyes flashing coldly, and strode towards the door of the hall. The space where the Church of Nature is located is still blocked. She can sense Ludwig's weak breath. Following the sense, She cuts down the many forbidden defenses and finds him in the back hall. Ludwig, wearing the Pope's white robe, stands in the magic circle. The magic circle has been activated, shining, reflecting Ludwig's shameless face and shadows. "You look more like a devil without the hypocritical mask," Senna commented. "Don't be too proud, you are not as good as me." Ludwig gritted his teeth, unable to hide his jealousy and resentment. "If it weren't for your Knight Master, you would not be recognized by the elemental truth, let alone defeat me." "Not necessarily." Senna thought of herself in the other world, and she was eager to move, just wanting to be consistent in appearance and inside to complete the double kill. Aware of the murderous intent, Ludwig held a long knife in one hand and a rough red stone in the other hand. Philosopher's Stone. The finished product made from demigods as raw materials is not the semi-finished products that Wayne encountered before. It has many uses. It can hold the headquarters of the Church of Nature by simply expanding a space. In the other world, Wayne did not see the stone. At this time, he became more and more jealous and thanked nature for the gift. "Ludwig, hand over the Philosopher's Stone. You are no longer the Pope." Senna did not hide her thoughts. He, at this point, you are still dreaming." Ludwig's face was distorted, and blood dripped from his face. "I will open the door to hell here, and all of you will become stepping stones for me to step into hell." Senna snorted coldly, not caring what the magic circle was, what effect it had, or whether it was a trap, and rushed towards Ludwig with a sword. Bang! The life armor and the magic circle's faint light collided with each other. Senna's forehead flushed slightly, and she took 2 steps back with a cold face. It was unusual that the elemental mantra did not split the magic circle at the first time. "It's useless. This is the defense of the gate of hell. It is the absolute power of the heavenly seal. Except for angels, no life can enter, including your Knight Master," Ludwig sneered. "Heaven." Senna squinted her eyes and looked at the magic circle. It did have some style of the Heavenly Father Church, but the form of expression was different, and the energy fluctuation was not consistent with the holy light she had seen. "Go ahead, I added a new buff to you." "Now the power of the Heavenly Seal is invalid for you," Wayne said. The power of the Heavenly Seal sounds mysterious, but he even entered the Archangel. Switching modes, this layer of defense can't stop him. Senna rushed out without hesitation. Ludwig laughed and waited for Senna to make a fool of herself. She didn't know how high the sky was. It was said that except for angels, no life could enter. Did she really think that she was special because she could use the elemental mantra? The Lord of Rage vowed that even the chosen knights could not break through this layer of defense. If they broke through, he would be willing to be eaten by the Lord of Gluttony. Ludwig's eyes flashed with a shadow, and he didn't hear the crisp sound of "good head." His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Suddenly, he felt his hand lighten, and he couldn't feel the Philosopher's Stone. Looking down, not only the Philosopher's Stone, but also his left hand was broken at the wrist, and the entire left palm was gone. What heaven-sealing power is nothing in front of the elemental mantra? Senna stood outside the magic circle, spread out the flames with 5 fingers, raised Ludwig's left hand, and sent the Philosopher's Stone into the portable space. This. Ludwig was extremely shocked, dumbfounded, and felt no pain, and said in disbelief, "The devil lied to me. No, you are an angel." "Whatever you think." Senna didn't prepare to tell the truth. The shadow flashed, and she knocked Ludwig out of the magic circle with a sword, stepped on the pattern of the formation, and stopped summoning the seal of hell. In the corner, Ludwig's only remaining arm grasped the hilt of the knife, the blade deeply inserted into his chest, and he coughed up blood. The flame of life was already a candle in the wind. Seeing Senna approaching with a sword, wanting to finish off the knife, Ludwig's eyes flashed with hatred and indignation. "You can't kill me, your Knight Master wants my life, he gave you the power to defeat me, you should leave me to him. Living for a while is a while, living is hope." Ludwig firmly believed that with his value, Wayne would not kill him casually. As long as he was given a little time, he could break through the demigod realm and go to anywhere is fine, the kingdom of God, hell, even the void. Swish. White light swept past, and the head flew up. In the air, white light flashed and interlaced, the head was shattered, and the mind was wiped out. After confirming that Ludwig was dead, Senna said, "He has always been. I didn't kill you." Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 394. A country cannot be without a leader for a day, and a church cannot be without a leader for a day. I support Pope Senna, she is the one everyone hopes for. In the temporary meeting hall, senior officials of the Church of Nature gathered together. Wei Wen slapped the table and stood up, glaring at Baker and McCurry. These two insects did not die of manslaughter, but became the hero of exposing Ludwig. It is really unreasonable. What do you see me doing? Why, Wen, put aside your thoughts of sowing discord. We are also absolute supporters of Pope Senna. If someone else becomes the Pope, McCurry and I will be the first to refuse. Haha, you are just afraid of the Pope's force. I am different. I bow down to her noble character. My loyalty comes from my heart. Son of the beach. The three oracle high priests quarreled, and the superiority of the parliamentary system was clearly demonstrated at this moment. Okay, stop arguing. You are all the oracle priests. How can you be so ridiculous? Senna sat on the Pope's chair, wearing life armor, with the elemental mantra on the table, and solemnly said, "Who is the Pope, and who can become the Pope, determines the future development and overall interests of the Church. It is a matter of great importance. It must be handled carefully, and there is no rush to make a decision, and it is not up to you three. Your Holiness, it is precisely because the matter is so important that an immediate decision is needed. The traitor Ludwig is a minion of the devil. His death will inevitably lead to bloody revenge from Hell and Prussia. If the Church is in disarray and delays in electing a new leader, it will only cause greater sacrifices. Yes, the Church and Prussia are too deeply involved. The new leader must make a cut in time. Prolonging the separation will harm the future of the Church and the overall interests. For the sake of the overall situation, you should be the Pope. I have made up my mind, let's discuss it later. I would like to follow the Pope's order and discuss it later. X5. Tubi and Dussa join the team of yes men. Gavin. Isn't this already decided? Gavin watched the scene with a dark face. Senna had become the Pope's final decision. He had no right to object and could not find any reason to object. Gavin didn't like Senna. In his opinion, the four oracle high priests were all vying for power. They consumed the Church's resources internally for their own interests. The difference is that Vivian, Baker, and McCurry are more shameless, while Senna wants to be shameless, has a stronger personality, and is a well-known militant among the Church's top leaders. When she becomes the Pope, she will definitely break the agreement and launch an offensive against other churches with the banner of developing believers. Strictly speaking, this is not a qualified leader. But Gavin looked at the elemental mantra, and thousands of words came to his lips, but he couldn't say a single word. Senna's supporter is Wayne, the future natural knight. The goddess chose Wayne, and Wayne chose Senna, which is equivalent to the goddess choosing Senna. He only asked Wayne to put more restraint on Senna, so that he could restrain his strong personality and avoid a battle of faith between the Church and the Church. Deputy Captain Gavin, what do you mean by being so dark and silent? Steamed buns, are you convinced? I knew you were dishonest. Tell the truth. Do you want to be the Pope? It was the time when the three insects showed their loyalty. Seeing that Gavin remained silent, they felt very noble and decisively focused their firepower on him. You are noble, you are great, you are the only one who has the spirit of chivalry, we are all inferior to you, right? I have no intention of becoming the Pope, and I am also willing to support High Priest Senna. Gavin stated his position directly, interrupting the gathering of the three insects. This made the three of them quite proud, and they felt as if they were dragging Liang's family into the water. No matter how much you flaunt the virtues of chivalry, displaying a noble and arrogant attitude all the time, in the end, you will not be like us, succumbing to absolute punching power in a humble posture. Speaking of absolute punching power, Wei Wen and the others subconsciously glanced at the elemental mantra on the table. Ludwig expanded the realm of life, held the Philosopher's Stone, became a demigod and a demigod, and also possessed the form of a black dragon from hell, which was hopelessly powerful. Senna and Wayne shouted about love, bond, etc., used their combined skills, and rushed forward to kill Ludwig. Of course, in the eyes of others, the mysterious nature knight never showed up from beginning to end. He only gave the elemental mantra, and Ludwig of Demigod X2 was killed. If you don't support Senna, who else can you support? To put it simply, it's absolute punching power. Seeing that the always arrogant Gavin also chose to support her, Senna raised a slight smile on her lips and raised her hand to brush the elemental mantra, feeling that her life had reached its peak. The support of the insects is dispensable, and the loyalty of the powerful knights is not worth mentioning. They will help whoever wins. Gavin is different. He only stands for justice, and is a knight with strong principles. Senna still remembers Gavin's indifferent attitude when she greeted her before. Looking back, Senna felt comfortable all over and just wanted to add another big battle after the big one. It's a pity that she can't fight now. Today's meeting is very important, and Wayne is not in her body. In the dark realm of the Papal Basilica, he is prying Ludwig's safe. I won't say any more nonsense. The selection of the Pope is of great importance. Ability, strength, and moral character are all indispensable. Not everyone is qualified. But now the Church has one foot on the edge of the cliff. There must be one. The strong acting Pope stepped forward to take charge of the overall situation. Senna made an impassioned speech, and after making 3 concessions, she reluctantly became acting Pope and presided over the overall situation of the natural church. Everyone was convinced and praised him for being indifferent to fame and wealth, not greedy for power, responsible and selfless, and sacrificing for the public good. He is indeed a model of chivalry. It is an honor for all members of the Church to have such an acting Pope. With the coming of the acting Pope, the Church will naturally be peaceful. With the coming of the acting Pope, there will be a clear sky. Gavin. If you want to fart, just fart properly, don't mess with the spirit of chivalry. Ludwig's death cannot be spread. The church headquarters is located in Austria, and there are also a large number of believers in Prussia. This is the base. Once Prussia's revenge is provoked, the most urgent task is to immediately rectify the remnants of Ludwig within the church. Weaving, Baker, and Macari, you 3 are responsible for handling this matter. I will assign a clerk to record it. In an emergency, whoever dares to make a small move, I will send him to see Ludwig with the elemental mantra. After cleaning up the remnants of Ludwig, we will cut off ties with Prussia. The church must not be dragged into the abyss by this crazy chariot. Senna issued orders one after another and warned, Weaving, Baker, Macari, you 3 have also cooperated with Prussia. I will give you a chance to make meritorious contributions. Don't let me down. The 3 of them were immediately trembling with fear, and their acting skills were better than each other. While shouting loyalty, they were grateful with tears. Saint Dussa and Great Prophet Tube, you 2 have made contributions in reporting the traitors, but this is your job. I will not give you any additional rewards, you will remain the same as before. Is that okay? Senna said with a smile. Omega 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 TTKN Omicron. The Pope is joking, I just conveyed the prophecy, how dare I take credit for it? Tube nodded happily, Dussa showed a happy face, the acting pope kept his word and fulfilled their demands. Deputy Captain Gavin, the recent order and stability of the church is of vital importance. I will not give the knights time to rest. I hope you are mentally prepared, Senna said. It is my job, I will lead the knights to stabilize the order. Gavin nodded. A woman who is resolute and swift, maybe she can really become an excellent pope. He thought of something and said, Your Holiness, it's not a big problem to conceal the news of Ludwig's death for a short period of time, but once the Church and Prussia cut off ties, the other party will soon notice it. At that time, what should the Church do? Gavin was worried. Once the Church of Nature was targeted by Prussia, other churches would definitely watch the fun happily on the sidelines, and they might even come to get benefits. If Senna counterattacks strongly, both sides would suffer losses, and the Church of Nature would inevitably suffer heavy losses. If Senna tolerated, she would sacrifice more interests, and the Church of Nature would still suffer heavy losses. How to solve this problem? Ludwig is involved in hell, and Prussia is equated with the devil. I will find a way to contact the Holy See of the Father and let them contain Prussia, Senna said lightly. Can it work? We don't have a good relationship with the Church. They will definitely take some time to join the game. It's feasible. Senna nodded firmly. Wayne said that he had a way in the Father's church. Although it was not a legitimate way, it went straight to heaven. The Pope dared not neglect it. Wayne said it was okay, definitely okay. Then other churches. It's also feasible. Pontifical Hall. Dark area. This space is Ludwig's private warehouse. He has been in office for 100 years and has many treasures. It is like the treasure house of the dragon. After the brave man killed the dragon, he naturally inherited the dragon's legacy. Gold coins and princesses. Career and love. It's a pity that Ludwig is single and has a very decent private life. His secretaries are all men. Wayne can only inherit the career, not the love. It has been 2 days since the previous pope died suddenly. Acting Pope Senna was busy running around and passed by the house 3 times without entering. Wayne took care of the house for him and gained a lot. Wayne sat on a hill of magic props, feeling that confiscation was really profitable, and the efficiency was many times higher than robbing. Recalling the past, the glorious years, looking at the present, there is a long way to go. He had a big gold chain and a small watch, and a bunch of magic props hung on his body. He was filled with infinite emotion and couldn't help humming, I am worried about the hatred of the country and my heart is sad. The hatred is like the ocean and I will never forget it. I don't know when I will get what I want. Below the hill, there were 2 secretaries who were busy all the time. The 2 sorted out the files and archives and piled up another hill. The hill of paper files recorded what Ludwig had learned throughout his life. In addition to magic, there were also a number of experimental data summaries, which were extremely precious and were regarded by Wayne as the biggest gain of the strip. Experiments are equal to cultivation, and they are extremely efficient. Wayne got these data, which is equivalent to picking up experience pills. Ludwig is only 1 step away from being a demigod. He has a unique understanding of the evolutionary roots of the void, hell, and the kingdom of God. It is conceivable how much experience he has provided. Oh, there is also a philosopher's stone. Wayne pulled up his pants and threw it to Senna, letting her take charge of the church. Because of too much experience, the 2 secretaries were simply too busy, and Wayne didn't trust outsiders, so he specially called Regina's sister Nelson over and prepared to train her as a secretary. Not her secretary, but Senna's secretary. Nelson looked at the back of the man who was worried about the country and the people on the hill, listened to the melodious sad melody, and his eyes were full of little stars. Worship.jpg. Everyone has a strong man in his heart, and admiring the strong is instinctive, and Wayne is the strong man who deserves it. In Nelson's eyes, the Pope is high above and can never be touched, and the Knight of Nature is even higher, comparable to a godlike existence. Natural knights do not become popes, but whoever they want to become pope can become pope. Senna is the best example. She was promoted from the oracle high priest to the acting pope. She only needs to wait for a ceremony to become the pope. Natural knights are not only powerful in themselves, but can also give powerful powers to their followers. Nelson saw it with his own eyes and envied his sister's secretary job. If it were someone else, Nelson would envy her for a while, but when it came to his sister Regina, he couldn't help but have ideas while envying her. She also wants to improve. Good sister, for the sake of the same mother, help her sister. Nelson didn't know Regina's situation, and the latter didn't explain the tragedy of dying once. One wanted to be a secretary, and the other insisted on refusing to agree to anything. The sister's boat was shaky. Regina was naturally happy to help her sister, but the situation of the spirit of vengeance could not be replicated. What could she do? She couldn't kill her sister with her own hands and torture her to death with resentment, right? If Nelson can't become the spirit of vengeance, there are only two ways for him to improve. One is to follow Senna's path, and the other is to follow the path of wings. These two paths lead to the same destination, and they are all whipped by the sleeping man in the end. Regina feels unreliable. It's true that the boss is a good person, but his private life is too chaotic. His heart is broken into. How many parts is it broken into? Regina counted on 10 fingers and gave up. God knows how many parts Wayne's overflowing sympathy has been broken into, but she can't count it anyway. Knowing this, he still recruited his sister. Isn't this pushing people into the fire pit? No, absolutely not. Someone sang that those who can't get it are always in turmoil, and those who are favored are fearless. This is the situation of the two sisters now. Nelson wants to improve, but the turmoil continues. Regina has improved, and for the sake of her sister, she pushes people away. That is to say, they are real sisters. Otherwise, Regina's tough attitude and inability to give a reasonable explanation would have been labeled by Nelson as a person who eats alone. Of course, things are not much better now. The two sisters are in a cold war, and Odelia intervenes as a third party and becomes Nelson's new sister. The new sister's motives are impure, and she is chasing her motives. Nelson is kept in the dark and only knows that the new sister only feels sorry for her and is a good sister. Le.jpg. Wayne looked down at the three people competing in tea art and almost died of joy. Forget tea, he has made up his mind, Nelson will become the assistant secretary of the new pope. Speaking of Senna, Senna is here. The pope wore a white robe, which was light in texture, simple and elegant in cut, and fit the lady's figure. It was both solemn and revealed a kind of transcendental and pure. The collar and cuffs are embroidered with noble golden patterns, and the hem of the robe also has a simple pattern symbolizing the church of nature, which means the reincarnation of nature and the immortality of life. Clothes make the man. Senna's manners and temperament are already 1 in a million. With the background of the Pope's robe, her charm is epically enhanced, and her elegance has a bit more solemnity and sacredness. That is to say, Veronica is not here, otherwise he would have to gurgle when saying anything. Gulp, X4. Wayne swallowed his saliva and found that it was 4 sounds, and immediately cast a contemptuous look at the 3 secretaries. What are you 3 greedy for? Do you have a motive for committing a crime? Can you create a murder scene? The 3 of them lowered their heads one after another. The medium-sized style could see their toes, their faces flushed, and they were a little embarrassed for a while. Senna looked normal, and did not stop when passing by the 3 people. Her strong and perfect posture made Odelia cry out that she couldn't stand it. She, a woman, was greedy, so Wayne was almost greedy. The bandit army is strong, so we must find a helper. 1 is not enough, we need 2. Odelia looked at the twins in front of her. They had the same body and face, but they lacked a brain. With these two guarding the law, there was no need to worry about big things. Your Excellency the Pope, why are you here? I hope you don't take it to heart if I fail to welcome you. Wayne bowed and saluted. Senna narrowed her eyes and molded a throne with her mind. After sitting on it, she patted her legs. I remember you are a priest of the church, right? To be precise, a first-level priest. Little priest, do you know the consequences of offending the Pope? Senna patted her long legs with a meaningful smile. The two of them were having fun, and the three secretaries on the sidelines were also part of their play. 2 minutes later, Wayne raised his hand to interrupt and stop the small drama in time. No matter what, Odelia is his official girlfriend. Flirting with his lover in front of his girlfriend makes him look like a scumbag. Pope Senna, are you done with work? No, I will be very busy for some time in the future. Senna shook her head slightly and glanced at Wayne with resentment. Who was she busy for? As a result, she worked overtime for 2 consecutive days and nights, and didn't even get a condolence. She also wanted to take the opportunity to talk about business. Wayne knew what she was thinking and apologized. After all, I am the heir of the night. It is not good to interfere in the internal affairs of the church. If people see it, they will gossip, which is not conducive to your work. As he spoke, the throne was already under Wayne's buttocks. Senna was the Pope, and she certainly couldn't stand it. She leaned on the whip to hold Wayne's neck, her beautiful eyes misty, and she didn't care that there were 3 secretaries present, and she made a move on Wayne. Let's talk about business first. Wayne held Senna down and took a breath slightly. What is the situation in the church? Is there anyone who doesn't obey your management? Leave the troublemakers to Vaughan, Baker, and Macquarie. They are all Ludwig's old subordinates. They know what to do and the conflict will be transferred to them, Senna replied. How to deal with the internal affairs of the church is a question that the Pope should consider. Wayne did not intervene from beginning to end. Senna made all the decisions. He was only interested in the warehouse. Not only Ludwig's warehouse, but also the warehouses of the 3 oracle priests Vaughan, Baker, and Macquarie were within his plan. These 3 guys are in a mess. The only difference between them and Ludwig is that they don't have the courage to cooperate with the devil, Wayne whispered in his ear. Senna smiled slightly. They are still useful now. When the external situation stabilizes, I will naturally deal with them. Senna knew the 3 oracle priests very well. It was not appropriate to call them insects. If it were not for the special nature of the great prophet that no one could replace them, she would have wanted to deal with Tubi together. Of course, this is all later. The 3 oracle priests are loyal and do the dirty work without complaint. Senna needs them to be the villains. When the public resentment boils, it is the best time to deal with the villains. Wayne nodded secretly. With Senna's intelligence and skills, he didn't need to remind her. It would be ugly to say too much, which would make the female pope believe in male favorites and wantonly persecute the loyal people in the church. Senna explained the arrangement for the church in concise language, and then thought and transmitted, Ludwig's betrayal should not be underestimated. No one dares to make a big deal out of it. The saint has reported the matter to the goddess, and the result is. The goddess doesn't care, right? You know. Otherwise, since I dare to give you the elemental truth, I will naturally take these into consideration. Wayne touched his chin. In the eyes of the goddess of nature, he is the co-chosen of the 3 gods. An unapproved passerby picked up 3 divine artifacts at the same time. There are too many doubts. Not only the goddess of nature, but also the goddesses of the sun and moonlight expressed their concern. Delane said that the moonlight goddess recognized Wayne's identity as the chosen knight of God, and that he was the chosen one, and asked Delane to take good care of his successor. When it came to nature and the sun, the results would probably be the same. As for the dark goddess, she had more information, and coveted the body chosen by the 5 gods, so she came down in person and performed a free gift. Later it was proved that the dark goddess did not give it away for free. Even though Idnis was in the shape of Wayne from inside to outside, she could still maintain herself and jump back and forth between her followers and the goddess. The dark goddess got what she wanted, and Wayne should have been tricked. These old witches have lived too long, and Wayne can't do anything with them. He no longer naively believes that he can pollute them, and instead uses his rarity to seek more benefits from it. According to the oracle conveyed by Dusa, the goddess approves of the rebellion, and it is natural for me to become the pope. Senna frowned. I'm not sure whether the goddess has seen through my life essence. Will this cause trouble to you? If the goddess arranged for the saint to find me, it means that she has seen through it, but obviously, Dusa did not knock on my door in the middle of the night. Wayne shrugged. That's because you have been staying in the Pope's palace, and Dusa can't find you. Senna rolled her eyes. Wayne nodded. It's possible. I'll take a walk tonight and see if I can run into her. Are you serious? Try it out, just in case. What if she wants it? Give it to her. If she wants it, the old one won't go away, and the new one won't come. We don't need that 100 million points. Senna rolled her eyes, not sure if Wayne was serious or just trying to piss her off. She turned to talk about the contact with the Heavenly Father Church. I got in touch with the church and reported your name. They take it very seriously and are willing to cooperate with the Church of Nature. It should be so. Wayne nodded. There are too many places where the gates of hell can be opened. The Papal States are short of manpower and will not choose to act recklessly. Cooperation with the Church of Nature must be put on the agenda. Seeing that Senna still had doubts, Wayne said, I am familiar with the Papal States, but not that familiar. Compared with the beautiful and charming Pope, the Pope is just an old man. My attitude is very clear. I stand on your side from beginning to end. Senna nodded. In this way, she had no taboos and could use the Papal States as a gun. She glanced at Wayne with a smile in her beautiful eyes. I was promoted to Pope. One of the 4 oracle high priests is vacant. I want to promote a confidant. What do you think of my student Sci-fi? Not very good. The Dark Knight will come to find trouble. Wayne shook his head. The environment of the church headquarters is too bad, and you are a strong and bad woman. I am afraid that the teacher will be led astray by you. Choose someone else. She is just a fool. She doesn't have the ability to learn. How can you talk like that? That's your mother-in-law. Do you want to be beaten? Wayne raised his eyebrows. Seeing that Senna did not give in and insisted on labeling Sci-fi as a fool, he reacted instantly and almost fell into Senna's trap. She really wanted to be beaten. Wayne rolled his eyes and pointed to Nelson below. She is very good. She is the high priest of the oracle. Senna was surprised. She was too bad and not suitable. Ah, I am the high priest of the oracle? Nelson was shocked. The responsibility is too great and she doesn't have the ability. What are you thinking about? I promised to introduce her to a job. She is one of us. I will train her well. Ah, I can do it. Nelson had a grimace on her face. Although she had great responsibilities and insufficient abilities, she had to be brave enough to face every challenge in life. She wanted to test her limits. Sir Knight, Sir Sister, give me another chance. I understand, I will love her well. Senna looked at the face that was exactly the same as Regina's and secretly said something interesting. If you don't understand, just ask, is this one of our own people, or is it one of our own people who is on the list for assessment? Why do you have such a rich imagination? Wayne interrupted Senna's thoughts. He had a bad reputation outside because people around him always misunderstood him. Sci-fi is not good. She is not suitable. There are not many trustworthy people in the church headquarters. Otherwise. Senna blinked. How about you become the high priest of the oracle? Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 395. I can't be the high priest of the oracle. You know me. My journey is in the stars and the sea, and power will only limit my progress. Wayne shook his head. Beauty won't restrict your steps, Senna chuckled. On the journey, there are always some beautiful scenery that make you forget to leave. There is nothing we can do about it. Wayne solves problems skillfully, but Senna wants to tie her to his side and make rough work. You can say it bluntly, there is no need to be so tactful. Senna explained, the vacancy of an oracle high priest has given many people ideas. I don't want to give away the power. I want a strong person to make them give up, so I chose you. Take a temporary job. Yes, the titular oracle high priest. Then I'm fine. Wayne nodded repeatedly. He had status, and was paid without having to take responsibility. This kind of good job was the most suitable for an insect like him. Moreover, Wayne really needs a high-profile identity, get it done as soon as possible. I want to pay a friendly visit to the Dark Church as the Oracle High Priest. You are responsible for making arrangements and finalizing the specific time. Do you really miss that woman that much? Senna was unhappy. No, the situation over there is a bit complicated. I want to go and take a look. It has been 3 months since Anastasia returned to the Dark Church. One of the 2 bodyguards accompanying her was capable of carrying and fighting, and the other was not a fuel-efficient lamp. If they haven't found anything after so long, they must be in trouble. If she was bolder, Idnes deliberately held back, not wanting Anastasia to find out the truth. Most of the problems of the natural church have been solved. Almost all the conflicts have been concentrated in Prussia, involving the gates of hell. The crisis cannot be underestimated. Wayne decided to go there in person and discuss with the Dark Pope Ivan during the day and the Dark Saint Anastasia at night. First, he would solve the hidden dangers of the Dark Church, and second, he would help the 3 religions join forces to besiege the powerful enemy Prussia. Seeing that Senna still didn't believe it, Wayne thought and packed up a few pictures and sent them over, which made the latter quiet down. The god of storm and thunder. Sky goddess. Senna frowned and looked at Wayne. Goddess, your appetite is getting bigger and bigger. What is the way to the Holy See? Could it be some angel? Although the reasoning process was wrong, the correct result was obtained. Wayne smiled, said nothing, and asked Senna to arrange everything as soon as possible. He has obsessive-compulsive disorder and always feels like he has long nights and dreams before things are done. Senna nodded and was about to get up, then sat back down again, took out the elemental mantra and placed it in front of Wayne. I don't need it now. Having said that, his eyes lingered rather reluctantly. Leave it here, I don't need it, and neither does Mullah. Wayne shook his head and asked Senna to stop focusing on work and spend more time studying the elemental mantra, trying to understand it thoroughly. Even without the blessing of the elemental mantra, she can also use dragon language magic as she pleases. By the way, teach him these principles. Students of students also want to get guidance by words and deeds. There is a huge amount of information inside the elemental mantra, just like the philosopher's stone that Wayne gave to Senna. He got the information law but was unable to make good use of it. He would only round it up and throw it out. Although it is incredibly powerful and can still crush people to death, he is not satisfied with the status quo and wants to truly master this knowledge. Thinking of this, the faces of Philomena and Anastasia appeared in front of Wayne's eyes. They were both excellent problem makers. They couldn't just let them move, they had to move. The same goes for the sky goddess Sarothea. Although she is a fool, she has magical talent. Information about storms and thunder depends on her. Senna took back the elemental mantra with great joy. The more she looked at Wayne, the happier she felt. She felt a sense of satisfaction at being pampered. She squinted her eyes and said, I will arrange your itinerary. You are on a mission to the Dark Church as the Oracle High Priest. Remember, be restrained outside and don't touch the Dark Saint. If someone sees it, it will affect the Church's reputation. How can you call it a move? It's obviously a challenge to your own weakness. Speak. Snort. Seeing that Wayne was silent and deliberately wanted to discredit the Church, the Pope was furious and opened the hem of his robe to teach the disobedient Oracle High Priest. She also wants to challenge her weaknesses. You are crazy, you are the Pope. Wanting to perform the magnanimous courtesy of a gentleman in broad daylight, Wayne was frightened by Senna's madness and hurriedly held her down. There are many people here. I will kneel down to you when I get back to the house. You three, get out. Senna looked down with cold eyes. This Pope wants to discuss important church matters with the Oracle High Priest. These are not things you can listen to. The deal didn't work out. Wayne blasted Senna away, scolding her for her audacity and spanking her 3 times as punishment. Because the negotiation was not successful, the artistic girl's face looked much better, and at the same time she was even more afraid of Senna. The old witch wanted to have an identity and be beautiful, and she wanted to be so embarrassed and flirtatious that she was more of a succubus than a succubus. She is definitely no match against her on her own. For a moment, the eyes looking at Regina were extremely eager. Regina was so scared that she thought of something and tightly protected her sister behind her. I'm warning you, the boss has spoken, so you are not allowed to make any decisions without permission. A good position is yours. That night, Wayne was wandering outside the Basilica of the Saint, wandering around like a gangster, and almost had a few words from the luminous script written on his face. Dussa didn't show up, and Alex, his brother, grimaced and chatted with Wayne for half an hour. Looking at his sacrificial spirit, he was obviously prepared to stand together with the Windsor people. Wayne left with satisfaction. As for Dussa's performance of avoiding the plague god, she did not receive the same oracle as Anastasia. This is good news. Good news should be shared together. Wayne changed his way to comfort the hard-working female pope. There were too many people during the day, which made the pope lose face. Now he knelt down, hoping that the pope would forgive the past and not make things difficult for him at work. The female pope was still upset about the scene during the day. She put on the papal robe and trampled on Wayne's dignity. 10 days later, March 15th. Wayne was officially awarded the position of the Oracle High Priest. Pope Senna personally conferred the title on him. The church's senior officials came together, and the 3 Oracle High Priests also expressed their friendly attitude towards their new colleagues. It's not okay to be unfriendly. This is a natural night. On the day of the conferment, Wayne received the mission to the Dark Church for a 10-day visit. Ivan, the Pope of the Dark Church, expressed his warm welcome in his reply. He had to welcome him, as he was the lover of the goddess. The itinerary was set, and they set off immediately. Wayne went to the airport with light luggage, leaving Odelia and Regina behind to study with Pope Senna and practice their secretary skills diligently. It took a total of 5 hours, most of which was spent at the airport. The poor flight environment made Wayne complain again, and he felt very wrong that he didn't have a luxurious private plane. Worse still came. It was mid-March, and for the Ross Federation, spring had just begun, and the ice and snow had not yet melted, only the temperature had warmed up a little. The earth was covered in silver, and the trees on both sides of the street were covered with crystal-clear icicles. The red walls, golden roofs, and white snow formed a picture together, and the ancient buildings were matched with the snow scene, which had a unique flavor. The locals could not understand Prussian, but on the contrary, they spoke very well in Prussia. The Franks could not envy this. The street scene of the Rashi Federation is beautiful, but the cold wind seems to freeze people's bones, which is very unfriendly to ordinary people. Pedestrians wrapped themselves tightly in heavy winter clothes, shrunk their necks, and hurried on their way, fearing that they would be caught up by the cold behind them. The cold is like a cold-blooded monarch, ruling this vast land and exerting the most cruel autocratic power. Wayne is the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. He arrived at the Rashi Federation as a church envoy, accompanied by more than 30 people. The scene was really big. The Dark Church showed respect and the specifications of the airport reception were also quite grand. Agents of the Rashi Federation could be vaguely seen around the airport. The official paid close attention to the meeting between the two churches. This is the God-chosen continent. Although the Rashi Federation has red blood in its body, it still respects faith. For example, the Heavenly Father Church also has a status in this land. In general, except for the Heavenly Father Church, the other 5 mainstream churches are very low-key. At least on the surface, they are very low-key. The 2 churches of darkness and death are the most low-key. The former is low-key in behavior and habits. They go to the North and South Poles, where there are few people. The latter disappears collectively. There is no big base, only scattered small gatherings. The momentum depends entirely on the grassroots believers for love. The Dark Church has a pope and a saint, and has always maintained contact with the outside world. The Death Church is completely secluded. The pope and the saint have not appeared for many years, and even the church headquarters has moved. Currently out of contact. The leader of the Dark Church who came to pick up the plane is also an oracle priest named Varvara. She looks about 40 years old, and she still has the charm of a black robe. The mature female charm is extremely moving. Wayne is a little confused and doesn't understand what Ivan means by arrangement. In Ivan's opinion, he should be the little white face of the goddess of darkness in the world. Arranging a big sister to pick up the leader's mistress at the airport is deliberately looking for bad luck. Wayne was full of doubts, and Varvara was also full of curiosity. Before coming, Ivan had specially instructed that Wayne's identity was extremely special and must be warmly entertained. Ivan's face was very strange when he spoke, with entanglement, helplessness, disgust, anger, and a bit of respect and fear. Such a complex expression could appear on a face at the same time, which made Varvara curiously ask who Wayne was and worthy of the Pope's careful treatment. He never got a satisfactory answer. Ivan felt bitter, but he didn't dare to say it. Even if he saw the daughter of the saint and Wayne flirting, he didn't dare to speak loudly. He had a hard time. "Mr. Wayne, welcome to your visit. The Pope is hosting a banquet at the headquarters. I hope you can enjoy your trip." In the back seat of the imported high-end black car, Varvara smiled and looked at Wayne. He was ordinary and nothing special, and it was nothing like what she imagined before she came. It was a very ordinary young face, and I really didn't see anything special. So, where did Ivan's fear come from? "Ms. Varvara, is there something on my face? Sorry, I'm being rude. I didn't expect you to be so handsome." Wayne looked strange. This was such a bad conversation. Could Varvara be a professional diplomat? Probably not. Not to mention that the Dark Church is a legitimate church. In addition to the dark goddess at the top, the Pope and the saint have extremely high moral qualities. With 2 role models in front of them, the people below will not grow up to look like the natural church. Moreover, Varvara is a legendary wizard. Her status and position are there, so she won't turn diplomacy into a humanistic feature. Realizing that she was a little rude, Varvara returned to normal and politely conveyed the welcome of the Dark Church and the enthusiastic attitude of Pope Ivan. Wayne responded with very official words. After a few words of business, he changed the subject and said, "Ms. Varvara, how much do you know about the saint of your church?" "Why do you say that, Mr. Wayne?" "To be honest, I am from Windsorland, from the Landau family, and my father Austin has a high status in the whole Windsor." "Landau family." Varvara's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and she kept an official smile and said, "So it's your highness. I didn't do my job well. Please forgive me for my negligence." The Dark Church will readjust the reception standards. No, I'm not a prince, and there is only one queen in Windsor. Really? I heard that the queen became your father's lover. He lives in Buckingham Palace and beats the queen up. Seeing the fire flashing in Varvara's eyes, Wayne understood that she was a gossiper and loved to eat melons. Wayne cleared his throat and stopped the topic from going off track in time, saying, I have the honor to meet the saint of your church several times in London. She is not a talkative person. She only knows how to work hard. She is a dedicated saint. Your Excellency is indeed such a person. Varvara nodded. When she mentioned Anastasia, she also had a bit of pride on her face. When she was young, she was instructed by Anastasia. The latter's erudition made her feel inferior. She admired this elegant elder sister very much. Everyone was convinced that Anastasia was a saint. They would not think that there was any family power trick in this just because she was the daughter of the Pope. I know very little about the saint of your church. She cooperated with the Landau family to establish a dark church base in London. I welcome this very much, but I am not sure about her ideas. Can Ms. Varvara give me some advice? Wayne continued to ask questions. The effect was very general, and he went off topic again. Wayne felt like he had turned on a switch in Varvara, who kept praising Anastasia like a fanatic. To say that Varvara was an unqualified diplomat, she did not reveal a word about Anastasia's background, blurring the deep meaning of the dark church's layout in London. To say that she was a qualified diplomat, she was talking a lot of nonsense. Once the switch was turned on, it could not be turned off. Wayne rolled his eyes all the way until he arrived at the dark church headquarters, and Varvara stopped. If it weren't for the fact that he had just arrived and didn't know how deep the water of the dark church was, Wayne would have come straight to the point and asked where Anastasia was. Dark church headquarters. Like the natural church, it is located in a vast independent space, and the portal borders the chosen continent. Wayne guessed that this is also a philosopher's stone. It's good. When Ivan meets Ivan, he will ask him to hand over the philosopher's stone in the name of the goddess to play with it. It will be returned after use, and it is guaranteed to be 90% new. The headquarters of the Church of Nature is located in a continuous mountain range, representing the demigod's understanding of nature. The mountains and forests are superficial external manifestations, and the inner truth needs to be interpreted by the Pope himself. According to this logic, the headquarters of the Dark Church must be inseparable from the night, just like the polar night of the frozen continent. As Wayne thought, the headquarters of the Dark Church is hidden in the night. As the night fell, the last ray of afterglow in the sky had long disappeared, and the moonlight had not yet risen, and the deep and rich darkness enveloped the fields. In other words, darkness swallowed and expelled the sun and moonlight. This scene is too targeted and can easily raise the blood pressure of believers in the sun and moonlight churches. The boundless black curtain covers a quiet and waveless Dead Sea, without a trace of wind. The wide suspended stone bridge is pushed open from the front door and leads directly to the isolated island in the center of the Dead Sea. The headquarters of the Dark Church is above the isolated island. The stone bridge is very long. Looking at the island from a distance, there is only a vague shadow, like a huge black hole, which blends into the surrounding dead silence, indicating that everyone who steps on the bridge will be swallowed by darkness. Varvara did not let Wayne walk the whole way. After walking 100 meters, he briefly introduced the beautiful scenery and took Wayne to the portal. When he appeared again, he had arrived at the end of the stone bridge. Wayne looked down, and the dark abyss with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers swallowed the surrounding sea water. The island was quietly suspended above the abyss. There was no roaring sound of water. The black sea water quickly plunged into the darkness without splashing a single spot. Everyone standing on the bridge couldn't help but have the idea of jumping in the depths of their hearts. The short thought was palpitating, which meant Wayne was too lazy to make it up. Whatever, hurry up, either give him the Pope or the saint, he just wanted to find an acquaintance to ask for information as soon as possible. The delegation continued to move forward and stepped onto the suspended island. Different from the dark outlines outside, Wayne passed through the forbidden barrier and saw two light balls on the left and right of the sky. The gold represents the sun, and the white represents the moon. He understood this. Darkness encompasses the sun and moonlight. This is the true meaning of the universe and the greatness of darkness. The blood pressure of the believers of the sun and moonlight churches rose again. Wayne did not comment too much on the doctrine. Facing Varvara's self-praise, he said and ah to indicate that it was all right. He looked at the island shrouded in light. The forest was lush and green, divided by the river, with birds singing, insects chirping, and a few wild beasts roaring, which was no different from the nature outside. A tall and solemn black building is located in it. The architectural style is heavy but not dark. Occasionally, there are magic circles with light and shadow rhythm, and the black is colorful. The environment is great, much better than the frozen continent. Anastasia is a rich second generation, with a wealthy family. She has been living a life of luxury since childhood. She is definitely not the poor ghost that Senna said. Growing up in such an environment, Anastasia did not develop the bad habits of being lazy and hating work. Instead, she maintained a noble character, far surpassing the dark goddess by 10-5 consecutive hairpin bends, which shows how excellent she is. Wayne nodded secretly, and the white moonlight in his heart became brighter. The delegation went up the stone steps. Along the way, they saw many black-skinned elves, men with cakes, women with lipstick, all with long legs and black robes. Unlike the Church of Nature, members of the Dark Church prefer to live in the form of elves. Stopping and walking along the way, Varvara introduced many famous attractions of the Dark Church, such as which pope planted a certain tree, a certain courtyard was the former residence of a certain legendary wizard, and a certain riverside where the Dark Saint bathed. The last one was not there. Wayne was bored and made up his own imagination. Varvara had a very good attitude and was friendly. Wayne wanted to urge her but couldn't disturb her. He came on behalf of the Natural Church, and an official meeting was necessary. 2 hours later, Wayne finally met one of the targets of this trip, Ivan, the Pope of the Dark Church. At the same time, the charm of Varvara, who still had charm, was greatly reduced. The old lady talked too much nonsense, and Wayne had a headache when she opened her mouth. Unlike Anastasia, Wayne felt very comfortable when she opened her mouth. "Your Excellency the Pope, it's our first meeting. I have heard of your great name for a long time. I am very honored." Wayne took 2 steps forward and bowed. The Life Alliance and the Black Death Alliance are at odds, but this is external. Under normal circumstances, the connection between churches has never been broken. Take a few God-chosen knights as an example. They work together to complete tasks and have a good relationship. "Mr. Wayne, it's an honor to meet you here." When Ivan first met Wayne, his attitude was neither salty nor indifferent, and he had the majesty of a leader of a religion. The two met for the first time, and they exchanged a few courtesy business compliments. Immediately afterwards, Ivan introduced several important people around him, all of whom were high-level members of the Dark Church and were oracle high priests like Varvara. Wayne counted them. With the same level of combat power, the Dark Church had 6 oracle high priests, which was steadily suppressing the Natural Church. "Mr. Wayne, you look very young. Excuse me, do you really have the cultivation of a legendary wizard?" A voice that didn't fit in with the crowd came out. Wayne tilted his head and looked at a handsome middle-aged man with a dark elf look. According to Ivan's introduction just now, he was an oracle high priest named Anton. Anton looked at Wayne, with a flash of provocation in his eyes. He didn't mean anything else. He and Wayne didn't know each other, and they had no grudges. He deliberately provoked because he was a disciple of the Dark Goddess, and Wayne was a disciple of the Goddess of Nature. That's all. "Anton, You've gone too far. Mr. Wayne is a guest. Your actions have brought shame to the church, Ivan scolded with a stern face. He was panicking. Anton, don't say anything. The Pope called you brother. This pretty boy has an extraordinary identity. He is not just a disciple of the goddess of nature. To be more specific, Ivan dared not say and could not say. He could only stare at Anton coldly and tell him to shut up and leave. Anton was confused. Ivan's attitude came out of nowhere, and he cast a puzzled look. Your Excellency the Pope, according to reason and procedure, a friendly competition should be set at this time. The two oracle high priests of the two religions will compete on the same stage, and the host will win with a slight advantage in the end. It has always been like this. Aren't you going to do it today? You. This guy messed with my daughter, I dare not say anything. If you want to mess with him, do it yourself, don't drag the entire dark church into it. Wayne smiled slightly. It's okay, Mr. Anton is quick to speak, I also want to learn some dark magic from him. Ivan. Thousands of words turned into a cry of sympathy in my heart. Anton. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 396. Living Room. Wayne asked Sarogia to tell the story of what happened at that time, and confronted Ednis face to face. The detective encountered the secret room murder and couldn't help but want to get to the bottom of it. There is nothing to say about Sarogia's experience. She lost the battle of faith, her own laws were taken away, she was extremely weak, and she hid in the space she created to survive. I don't know how many years passed, but the dark night Zi came to hold the door. One chased and the other ran away. Salozia was injured and unable to fight back, and the wolf tightened the door. As soon as he was covered with quilt, he was shivering. Later, Wayne came to visit, and Salozia had no choice. She did not want to disappear and could only choose to take away Wayne. This time, I found myself a leader. Salozia told the whole story. At this time, she was very loyal to Wayne. She was galloping on the road of a fanatic, saying that she would stick to the bottom line. Maybe Wayne would wave her and she would follow. Passive, needs a push. When Ednis heard this, a black light flashed in her eyes, and the meaning of her smile was unclear. I don't know, my memory is missing. Maybe I asked Zi to find Salozia, or maybe she made her own decision. As for the cause of her death, I don't even know the truth. Wayne frowned. As far as I know, the chosen knights take turns guarding the frozen continent and will not leave without permission without the oracle. If it wasn't your order, why did she suddenly go to the Republic of Ireland? Can't remember, Ednis shrugged. Then keep thinking. This matter has something to do with the three women present, and Anastasia is no exception. If Weazy hadn't suddenly gone offline and Austin had been reluctant to come online for a long time, she would not have temporarily replaced the Dark Knight, let alone after losing his body. His mind suffered for more than 10 years. Weazy went straight to Salozia. She was obviously heading for her. It was definitely not an accidental encounter. You know where she has been living. It must have been your instruction, Wayne speculated. No, I didn't know until later. Ednis shook her head, aware of the death of the knight, and made some manipulations, allowing the new Dark Knight Austin to obtain the Twilight Desperate. At that moment, she understood the location of Sarotia. At that time, the main goal of the Dark Goddess in the world revolved around the ancient gods. Attached Tokugai unfolded and showed little interest in Sarogia. After seeing Wayne's strengths, he thought of training this old friend. Sarogia is just a pleasure to the Dark Goddess and will not send a Dark Knight to Duanman. You remember it now? Well, these memories are not deleted. Ednis blinked. Wayne was very convinced that she had been contaminated, and he would do whatever he was asked to do, but Idonist's behavior always made him inadvertently suspicious. Is it possible that the Dark Goddess has found a new descendant and will visit Idnis from time to time? Wayne frowned and said nothing. If the Dean could come, why not take back this part of her thinking? What good would it do to her if she allowed this part of her thinking to show off? Every slut has a bad heart, so he sends himself out to be trained by others. The more Wayne thought about it, the more outrageous he felt. He really couldn't figure out the thoughts of the Dark Goddess. Idna slowly said, although I don't know what I was thinking at the time, I must have known about Wei Zi's death at that time. The energy behind the killing of a divine knight on the divine continent cannot be underestimated. I cannot leave it alone. I will definitely investigate it. Contact the Dark Goddess and ask her to explain the reason. It's the quickest way, but I certainly wouldn't say the character is too bad. Idens commented on herself. After speaking, she changed her tone. There is another possibility. Wise did not really die. Her mind went to other places, and I am no longer in the world. The chosen knight. The words became more and more confusing. Wayne waved his hand and said to Salogia, I'll leave it to you to investigate. Maybe Wei Zi's death is related to the storm and the Lord of Thunder. The two things can be done at the same time. There is plenty of time. Slowly, don't worry if you come. Wayne's current focus is on getting stronger. Although the case makes him eager to take action, he will not do it personally and leave it to his new subordinates to prove themselves in a pretentious manner. Please rest assured that I will not let you down. Salogia nodded heavily and received the leader's prompt. Wayne said that Wei Zi's death was related to the Lord of Storm and Thunder, so it must be related. If you find the Lord of Storm and Thunder, you can find the truth. Pipe, you changed your honorific so quickly, you are so obedient. Idna said in a strange tone. Salothea pretended not to hear, and resolutely followed Wayne's orders, treating the stranger as heir, and then said, Boss, I can sense the Lord of Storm and Thunder through the obelisk. Just in God's chosen continent. As she spoke, she pointed to the northeast, where there was still the smell of the obelisk. Anastasia whispered, and looking at the direction Salogia was pointing, it was most likely the Ross Federation, where the headquarters of the Dark Church was located. According to Wayne's speculation just now, Wei Zi's death is related to Storm and the Lord of Thunder. Isn't the Dark Church also involved? Suddenly it became interesting. Idnis narrowed her eyes and smiled and said, You are a goddess of darkness. Why should you be happy to see pagans infiltrating your church? Wayne complained. Who knows, maybe I know everything and have been waiting for this good show to start. 3. As expected of you, you don't care at all about the life and death of the Dark Church. Wayne was puzzled. Judging from the Dark Goddess's concern for the frozen continent, she was the one who cared most about the God-chosen continent among all the goddesses, but the bad character she showed had nothing to do with what she did. It is hard to guess a woman's mind, and it is even harder to guess a goddess's mind. He scanned his mind and did not detect anything unusual in Idni's body, so he had to temporarily suppress this doubt. Boss, I want to go back to the headquarters of the Dark Church. Anastasia said. What's the point of going back there? It's freezing and snowy, and there's nothing else to dig except potatoes that can't be finished. My father is still there. Wayne was silent, thinking of Anastasia in the other world, agreed to her request, and asked Salogia to go with her. Salogia's current strength is enough to compete with the chosen knights of God. With her, even if the Dark Church has abnormalities, it can be easily dealt with Anastasia. In case of Fang Yi, the 4 obelisks cannot be taken away. Anastasia is definitely a man of action. Seeing Wayne agree, she immediately prepared to set off. Wayne watched the dark-skinned lady packing her luggage, and he was so reluctant to let her go. Idonis took the opportunity to pester him and said disdainfully, There's nothing I can do. The filthy saint is gone, and I have to bear the humiliation. Who are you? Wayne frowned and looked over. I'm your follower. Maybe. Wayne doesn't look like her at all. After a moment's silence, he said, you also go to the Rashi Federation. After the matter is done, you can get something from me. How about it? Wayne, you don't believe me. Idanis was about to cry, and tears fell as soon as she said it. Forget it if you don't want to go. Go. Wayne stared at Idnis deeply, who wiped away her tears and smiled brightly. This promise showed that Idnis had desires for Wayne beyond faith. She was not just a follower, and almost confirmed the shadow of the dark goddess behind her. To control a goddess, even if it was only part of her mind, it was not something that could be done simply by contamination. Wayne thought it was tricky, and snorted coldly, one day, you will become what I want. Wayne, I already look like you. That's great. The three women set off overnight. Wayne put the shadow cloak on Anastasia and said that he would wait for Jiyan in London. It should not be a big problem. Idanis needs him. Even if she doesn't help, she won't take the opportunity to make trouble. Just Sologia's action is enough to settle everything. Even if there is a big trouble, the three void-evolved lives can return safely. Wayne doesn't want to say this, but he still has to say that this is safe. Wayne's house, dark area. Chris changed into a hospital gown, sat on the operating table, and looked at the huge dark area around her, secretly amazed. It's a very large space. Her teacher Philomena's dark area is far less vast. Philomena is a legendary wizard, and Wayne, well, it has not been long since I became a gold mage. Thinking about how I am still wandering around in the realm of silver mages, I heard that Veronica is going to succeed. Chris feels the pressure. It seems that she can't beat anyone except Willie. Wake up, Chris. Willie is the backup chosen by God. Leo returns to the kingdom of God to report. She is the next Sun Knight. Wayne only told Austin the details of the other world. Willie herself doesn't know how strong she is in the other world, and Chris is even less clear. Knowing it will only make the pressure greater. Chris, it will hurt a little later. Believe me, in order to help you break through this level, I have practiced outside for a long time and have a lot of experience. You just have to endure the first one, and you will feel comfortable later. Wayne said while holding the Holy Grail. Chris took a sip and blamed Wayne for talking nonsense all the time and teasing her at this time. If you like it, listen more. After learning from Wayne that the divine blood can awaken, Chris agreed decisively. She had a very unpleasant awakening experience, involving a bad adoptive mother, which was a past she didn't want to recall. She was very opposed to the divine blood in her heart, but because it was Wayne, her most trusted sweetheart, she had the surgery today. Wayne was quite moved by the full trust. As expected of Veronica's white moonlight, he felt that it was good after using it. The awakening of the divine blood did not need to be elaborated. Wayne was really experienced. Through Juno and Alyssa, he collected a lot of experimental data. With preparation, he operated smoothly and quickly led Chris to the right path. Just in case, and to reduce the pain, he slowed down the process and divided the operation into 7 days, 1 course per day. Everything is for stability. The Holy Grail was suspended in the air surrounded by golden light, and the invisible force slowly lifted Chris up. Her platinum-colored long hair was scattered, dancing like soft water with the moonlight overflowing from her body. As soon as Wayne got started, he discovered the difference between Chris and Juno and Alyssa. The divine blood in her body did not come from heaven, and it was not from the same place as those weird guys. As the divine blood was stimulated, Chris's appearance gradually changed. Elf-like. In terms of body shape, the original thin branches with fruits were retained, and the body was more slender, and the feminine softness was magnified, which was very similar to Philomena's elf state. Some time ago, Chris complained that she ate too many supplements and had a circle of fat on her belly, but now it was smoothed out. Mina's elf transformation is mainly based on the belief in moonlight. She joined the Nature and Son of the Life Alliance. Similar to Mina, the divine blood comes from the moonlight goddess, Wayne secretly speculated, and the mind recorded the data archive. Chris's changes were almost all in the details, as if she had turned on a beauty filter, making her already beautiful even more stunning. The platinum blonde long hair remained unchanged. It has been this color since the beginning of evolution. Wayne took a look and circled the key points, feeling that he would have to test it later. The process of evolution is undoubtedly boring, and since Wayne has slowed down the process, the waiting time is even longer. He closes his eyes and uses his mind to sense, record all the detailed changes, and store them in his weird brain. 2 hours later, Wayne stopped the operation, raised his hands, and held the fallen Princess Chris in his arms. The latter woke up faintly and vaguely heard a sound that sounded like swallowing. He opened his cold eyes and stared at the face of his sweetheart. After a while, the coldness in his eyes dissipated, and he struggled to jump down. "Wayne, is it over yet? There are still 6 days left and it's just the beginning." Wayne lowered his head and rubbed Chris's face, and whispered, "Senior sister, you are so beautiful." Chris closed her eyes, enjoying the sweetness of rubbing her ears and temples together. She noticed the subtle changes in her body, opened a water mirror with her hand, and found that her appearance was closer to the looking elf. She said curiously, "I didn't cast faith magic, so I can still look like this now." Change back. "Yes, if you master the rules of transformation, you can change your size anywhere." Wayne didn't lie. The elven Chris had indeed grown taller, and Damien's cafeteria had also been expanded. For 7 consecutive days, the operation went smoothly. Under Wayne's precise operation, there were no painful dramas such as grade 10 tuberculosis and leukemia. Chrissy successfully awakened the divine blood. The 2-meter-tall female elf is elegant, with silver eyes and long platinum hair. Her otherworldly temperament is too dreamy, making people immersed in it and reluctant to wake up. The eyes of this moonlight elf are very cold, and there are silver lines on his cheeks and long pointed ears, corresponding to the snow-white skin, which is almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. Wayne got closer to see clearly. Although the elf's eyes are cold and repellent, her smile is very gentle, making people feel relaxed and happy under the quiet and peaceful moonlight, and just want to protect this peace forever. The charm value is extremely high, and this face has its own charm magic, which is another form of succubus surgery. After the surgery, Chris will not master the transformation skills for a while, and will return to human normality, and will fall into a certain period of weakness. On the 6th day, the 6-pointed star in her body was broken and reorganized into the golden triangle. Her magic qualifications took a further step, from genius to super genius. It's just a book of greed to catch up with Wayne. After transforming into an elf, her own strength was strengthened again. When Wayne accompanied her to bask in the moon, he found that the moonlight was attracted to her, which strengthened her strength little by little. If Delane hadn't been running around on missions following the oracle, Wayne would have suspected that he had slept with the reincarnated moon goddess. Idenist's ecstatic rhythm. Wayne house, master bedroom. With tears in her eyes, Willie looked at Chris, who was lying on the bed with a tired look on her face. She rushed up to her and rubbed her twice. She said softly, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you? You should cheer up quickly and don't tell me. You prepare to entrust Wayne to me today." Boom. Oops. Wayne put away the knife and said angrily, "Idiot, you hurt Chris." With this familiar force, I almost thought Veronica was coming. Willie covered her head and complained, dissatisfied, "Senior sister is soft, and I am soft, how could it hurt if we stick together?" Halfway through her words, she suddenly froze and pointed at Kelly C's stomach, thought of some possibility, and she stared blankly at Wayne. Yes, that's right, it's what you think. Wayne nodded seriously. Hiss. Willie took a breath of cold air, her face turned pale, and she wandered towards the window. Her eyes were straight and she said, "It's too sudden. I'll go back to the house to teach." "It's a window." Wayne chuckled and shook his head. Seeing Willie turn around and take a few steps, he reminded again, "That's the bathroom, and the door is in your 9 o'clock direction." "Damn it, I feel so uncomfortable now, and you don't comfort me." Willie pouted and said dissatisfied, "Why does the senior sister have it? I have obviously eaten the most recently. Are you trying to make things easier for her?" Except for Willie, Veronica and Chris would never be able to say this kind of thing. Chris' face turned red when she heard this and explained, "Don't think about it, I'm just not feeling well, I just need to rest for half an hour and I'll be fine." "Very good." Willie cheered and jumped to the bedside, and threw herself into Chris's arms. "Senior sister, it is very painful to give birth to a child, but you have escaped this difficulty. I am happy for you from the bottom of my heart." Chris couldn't help laughing. "Is that why you smile so happily?" "Needless to say." "Then why were you so sad just now?" "I thought of something sad." Willie arched her head and said in a loud voice, "What's the matter?" "Senior, you are pregnant." Willie truthfully spoke her mind and added, "Sister, giving birth is really painful and your body will be deformed. I don't want you to be wronged. When you want to have a baby, tell me and I will help you give birth." "Willie, you are so kind." "Needless to say." Boom. "Oops." Veronica took back the knife and said angrily, "Idiot, you hurt the senior sister." As soon as she entered the door, she saw Willie taking advantage of Chris and burying her whole face in it. It was really unreasonable, she had never buried it before. Willie raised her head in confusion, surprised by the same strength. She turned around and saw Veronica standing side by side with Wayne, and found that the dog-girl couple really matched each other, even their lines and tone were exactly the same. "It makes no sense, she was obviously the one who came first." Willie understood Veronica, so she plunged into the waves. Yingxiao said that her head hurt and asked Chris to blow it off. Chris was very proud, rubbed the golden retriever's head, and blew gently. "Okay, it doesn't hurt now." Wayne nodded secretly. "This is the world that people should live in. What kind of things are there in this world?" Veronica didn't think so. Jealousy made her separate, she clenched her fists and rushed forward. After playing table tennis, Willie covered her butt and looked at Wayne with tears in her eyes. "Wayne, my butt hurts." "It's okay, I'll just rub it for you." The dog man and woman were moving around on the side, and the veins on Veronica's forehead were bulging, and she wanted to send them both flying with one punch. "It's a pity that I can't let it go. This is not Landau Manor, there is no professional construction team, the windows are broken, and Bayou Egwang will blow a cold wind tonight." She snorted and ignored it, carefully grabbed Chris's hand, sat on the edge of the bed and said, "Senior sister, Wayne called me and said you were sick. Are you feeling better?" "It's okay, just take a rest and you'll be fine." Chris smiled slightly. "You're not sick." "Didn't Wayne tell you that the senior sister is pregnant?" Willie interjected. Veronica's mind went blank for a moment, her mouth opened wide, and Ababa couldn't utter a word for a long time. In her eyes, although Chris looked a little uncomfortable and lacked energy, her gentle smile was peaceful and her long hair was full of maternal glory. "Goodoo. No, now is not the time to be greedy. This kind smile is clearly a sign of seniority." "It's true." Veronica's eyes were spinning as she received two pieces of news, one was bad news, and the other was also bad news. "Bad news, her Bayou Egwang is pregnant." "Bad news, it's Willie's fault that she's pregnant with her fiancé's child. If Wei Li hadn't been so useless, Bayou Egwang wouldn't have been raped." "That's right, that's it, beat her to death tonight." Chris rolled her eyes at the smug Willie, and when she saw Veronica's eyes were red, she hurriedly comforted her, "Don't listen to Willie's nonsense, I'm just feeling a little unwell, and I don't have a baby." "She's already a baby." Veronica grunted and fell into the same state as Willie. She was full of grievances and didn't know where to start. She didn't smile until she explained clearly and Willie was stabbed again. Bright, thinking of happy things. "Veronica, what are you so happy about?" Chris glanced at Wayne angrily. It was all the scumbag's fault that the relationship between the three of them had become so complicated. The person involved shrugged, hugged Willie with one hand on his hip, and felt not ashamed but proud, not to mention how proud he was. "The senior sister is not stained and is still pure white. I am very happy," Veronica hurriedly explained, telling a lie that she didn't even believe. "Veronica, just lie to others, don't lie to yourself," Wayne said quietly. "Shut up." Veronica glared at Wayne and wanted to punch the trash can flat. "Because you didn't take good care of her, senior sister got sick. I'll take care of her these days. You and Willie are not allowed to cause trouble." "Okay, I don't care." Wayne raised his hand and made a self-contained gesture. Chris's heart skipped a beat. Thinking of the team-up mode with Willie and Mona, she immediately noticed Wayne's sinister intentions and hurriedly said, "Veronica, I'm fine, it's really just. Senior sister, I have become very good at cooking recently and have learned several ways to kill eggs. You can lie down peacefully and I will kill a few eggs to cheer you up." Veronica passed by Wayne with an annoyance. He only studied cooking for Bayou Egwang and had nothing to do with Wayne. Although he was confident in his cooking skills, he still dragged Willie out. Among the three, Willie's cooking skills were the best. If the eggs she killed were terrible, then Willie's imposter would be used as his replacement. After the two left, Chris tightened the quilt tightly and said defensively, "I'm warning you, you are not allowed to mess around tonight." Wayne looked innocent, blinked, and said innocently, "Chris, what are you talking about? I don't understand it at all." "You are a novelist, and you are very good at choosing words and sentences. You can expand this paragraph into 10 square characters. Please elaborate." "How could you not understand?" "I really don't understand. If you don't believe me, I'll try to persuade your conscience and say it again. Is night." A soundproof barrier suddenly rose up in the bedroom where Veronica was located. After touching it for a while, a dark shadow carried another confused shadow to the master bedroom. He noticed that the door was locked and pried it open silently. "Female, male, female, female, ping, ping, female, female, male, male, what's the agreement?" The shadow was not convinced, and after touching it for a while, he brought another one in. "Female, ping, concubine, male. Male, 13,000 words, please give me your monthly vote." Restarting the Myth author, Feng Chao Huang. Chapter 397. The time came to February 1940. Half a year has passed since Wayne reached the level of Golden Mage. He has filled the life and space in the Golden Triangle with his huge reserve of the four elements and terrifying amount of knowledge. Needless to say, the quantity and quality of thinking cannot be compared with that of the Golden Mage or the legendary mage of the same realm. 5 God-chosen artifacts x2, Sword of Oath x2, Obelisk x4, Devil's Investor xn, plus some scattered gifts from nature. He consumed a huge amount of resources at the Golden Mage level. Being talented is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing. Take Wayne as an example. If the foundation were not built too high, so many resources would be enough to turn him into a demigod. Thanks to working day and night on scientific research and relying solely on meditation, at least he would have to procrastinate most of the year. For more than half a year, Prussia participated in the Tour de France tank rally and won 3 consecutive championships to establish a dynasty. Wayne is now only one step away from the legendary mage. He lacks an opportunity for qualitative change. The legendary mage is a sublimated golden mage. In essence, it is still the same as the golden triangle. After promotion, the golden triangle will not be broken. Life, space, and me will not be broken. The three are more consistent and stable, as unbreakable as if they were welded together. According to Delane, the legendary mage is a further strengthening of the golden mage. The qualitative change allows the life barrier to expand into a life force field, which can freely enter and exit the void, and can reject knowledge and pollution without getting into crazy situations. Not only can you reject knowledge, but you can also reject changes in the essence of life. Of course, the legendary mage can also choose to accept knowledge and pollution. The essence of both points to evolution. If you reject them all, you will lose the possibility of evolution. Having come this far, no legendary mage would choose to stand still. Try it again, just in case it works. When he becomes a demigod, he becomes a demigod. According to Delane, demigods belong to another realm. In the realm of demigods, there is no golden triangle. Life, space, and self are shattered by the power of transcendence and completely integrated into one. At this point, the magician forms a perfect the self, corresponding to the current Mona, does not have the existence of the golden triangle in her body. Legendary mages can refuse change, while demigods can impose changes on the outside world. The universal life field of the life force field is no longer a false world. Demigods can give their knowledge to others to change their thinking, ideas, and even the essence of life. Wayne often does this kind of thing, which is to create dependence. The difference is that the dependents he created are more stable. The dependents of demigods will change their appearance and personality according to the law of information, distorting the original essence of life and becoming extremely unstable. For a similar situation, you can refer to the picture of Ngoima, the bloodlord of Dragonheart Island, who robbed the faith of the sea god and turned the believers into crocodile men. You can also refer to the pollution caused by dry beholders to believers, which all have the same meaning. Demigod is a very vague concept, with a huge span, and its power can be strong or weak. The strong one can occupy hell and become the Devil King, while the weak one can only watch his territory being divided up. The gap is so big that tragedies like being missed often happen when we meet. The key lies in the reserve of knowledge. Knowledge is power. Whoever reads more will have absolutely powerful power. According to Delian, the 7 demon kings of hell are all demigods, and the followers of gods are also demigods. The same is true for the 4 archangels. They are the followers of demigods and may become new gods at any time. Of course, this has a crucial premise. The power of demigods comes from their own cultivation, not from the gift of life from a higher level. For example, there are 2 types of familiars, one is a devil that climbs up from the bottom, and the other is a devil forged by the devil using the realm of life. They are both familiars. The latter gained great power at the moment of birth, but lost the possibility of continuing to evolve. If you want to evolve, you can. When the master becomes stronger, they will become stronger. This is very similar to Wayne's spirit of vengeance. The stronger Wayne is, the stronger they will be. No matter how strong they are, there must be a limit. The power can grow without limit. The limit of the realm can only remain as a demigod. If you want to achieve the status of God in an exceptional way, you need to ignite a thing called divine fire. This is beyond Delian's knowledge reserve. Don't ask, you just don't know that the above are all from Wayne. With the information won at the card table, Delane put everything on the card table. If Wayne wanted it, he could only win everything with his own hands. Honestly, it's not difficult at all. In the high priest's manner, Wayne's voice came from behind the chips in the living room, "We've won 9 games in a row again. I don't understand why it's so hard to lose." As he said this, he sighed and sighed, saying that he only wanted to lose, and that the gambling monster was still alive. Hearing this, Delian's teeth itched with hatred. Sister Moonlight Knight is an old hooligan at the card table. She can bear this injustice because she has practiced table turning skills for so many years. It can't be. With a loud boom, the chips in front of Wayne were cleared, and the card table returned to its faithful ceiling. What's so great about winning 9 games in a row? I'm still losing 9 games in a row. Am I proud of myself? Delane pointed his swords at each other, scolding Wayne for his shady behavior, and reiterated that he was not a loser, but that his upright chivalry did not allow the villain to succeed. Ah, yes, yes, it is a shame for a villain to succeed. My villain, you are a knight. Wayne continued to express his yin and yang anger. Then the question is, I, a villain, am behind the chips. Where did your chivalry see me? This is unreasonable. I will definitely kill you today. Delane was filled with rage, and he pulled out Bai Yejinyan and was about to shoot Wayne into honeycomb. Without pulling it out, Bai Yejinyan was in Wayne's hands and lost the last round. According to the bet, now she has to call Wayne daddy. A man, what kind of bad thoughts can he have? He's not greedy for your money or your people. He just wants you to call him daddy. You're so mad at me. Delayan got angry several times in anger, waved his hand to recall the card table and chips, and stood up from where he fell, trying to get back everything he lost at the gambling table. Then she lay down where she had fallen. Delane, 0, 3, 3 2, that's you. If it were another girl, you would have gone home with me to spend the night tonight. Taking advantage of Delane's bad luck, Wayne won 9 more games in a row. At the same time, he was unforgiving. He taunted Austin and asked Wayne to find a way to take down Delane and become one of his own who knows everything. In order to place a chess piece and obtain more advanced information, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. The information Wayne wants can be obtained by playing cards. What kind of monsters are in the Rulai world? Wayne got it out of Delayan by playing cards. The latter told the Moonlight Goddess about it. The goddess said nothing and formed a best friend game to find the 2 goddesses of nature and the sun. Let's discuss together. Delane is not qualified to know the outcome of the discussion. Listening to the meaning of her words, Moonlight Goddess doesn't know the monster's roots either. Wayne, why hasn't William come yet? Delayan plays cards with his poker buddies. Apart from the heir Wayne, whom he loves and hates, the remaining 2 are the master-disciple duo Philomena and Chrissy. I've already made the call. It's time for him to arrive. Wayne looked at his watch. No way, it's been several rounds, why hasn't it come yet? Because you lose too quickly. Wayne shrugged, stood up and put on his coat on the chair. I'm going to the Ministry of Magic headquarters for a meeting, so I won't be accompanying you anymore. You can form a table when William arrives. Where do you meet so many times every day? You must attend the small meeting, otherwise I will be represented. I cannot be absent from the general meeting. It cannot be held without me. This is the price of rebellion. Wayne sighed. Okay, finish early and come back early, so many people are waiting for you. Delayan waved his hand and immediately became energetic when he heard the footsteps at the door. William is here. Delane was very curious about how Wayne and William in the table world interacted with each other on a daily basis, and what were the attitudes of Wayne's girlfriends when they interacted. She just had a clear look today and then she saw a blonde with twin tails jumping in. Who are you? Willie. Where is William, who is as big as me? Ministry of Magic headquarters. Small meetings. Because it was a small meeting, attended by senior decision makers, it was very important. After the small meeting is over, it's time to organize a general meeting and announce the results to everyone. Presiding over the meeting were the Minister of Magic, Queen Sophilia, Deputy Minister Yvette, the Landaus, and the current Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Chute. Winston has already formed a new cabinet and will take office, just waiting for a suitable opportunity. The current Prime Minister is a man who is remarkable in all aspects. Whether he is the prime minister in wartime or the first choice in peacetime, he is a good person. A good choice for two. It's a pity that I met a mustache who likes to give speeches in bars. The mustache is as strong as a god of war. The international situation was eroding, Windsor's economy was facing a cold winter, and the country was comprehensively stockpiling strategic materials. The most basic people's livelihood necessities could not be guaranteed, and a rationing system was implemented. Bacon, eggs, sugar, and butter must be registered first and then rationed. Even buying clothes requires spending cloth stamps. Interestingly, this decision received strong support from ordinary people in Windsor, because during the war, ordinary people because of the quality of life under the rationing system has improved. What's wrong with this country? It's a loss to the people. I thought deeply and asked, it turns out to be when, so that's okay. The quality of life of the unscrupulous people has improved, and the money bags of the gentlemen have been reduced. There is no distinction between high and low, and the priorities are reversed. The current Prime Minister cannot escape the blame for such a big mess in the country, and he must bear the blame. This matter was finalized last year, when there were two candidates competing, namely Winston of the Shute family and Rupert of the Wilson family. The two Tulip families were involved in politics and military circles. They were of equal strength, and no one was much better than the other. Winston's ability to stand out had nothing to do with him. It was purely because Rupert chose the wrong team. At the side of the Qing dynasty that year, Austin looked like a gangster, and was jumped in the face by Rupert for a while. Later, Austin stopped acting, and showed the huge lineup of knights behind the family. He gave in 3 times, but in desperation accepted Queen Sophilia's unreasonable request to serve as assistant minister. Austin went up, and Rupert, who jumped in the face, came down naturally. Winston was successfully elected as the next prime minister because silence is golden. The general situation is as mentioned above. It won't be long before Winston becomes the new prime minister. At this time, he has already started internship, such as attending important meetings and taking over the mess left by the previous cabinet. He was invited to attend today's small meeting. Prussia has increased its troops to the small northern countries in the God's chosen continent, and after cleaning up the surrounding hidden dangers, the next step is to launch an offensive against the Allied forces. It is not expected to take too long. Since last year, we have successively dispatched troops to our ally Frank. More than 100,000 expeditionary troops were recruited. The defense line is impregnable. 3 million versus 3 million. Prussia has limited resources and cannot sustain a war of attrition. The advantage is mine. The Queen presided over the meeting and remained silent throughout, while Austin and Winston took turns speaking. Wayne didn't say anything, glanced at the famous defense line on the map, picked up the book in his hand and turned it over. My struggle. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy will win every battle. At any time and any place, you must have a detailed and specific understanding of the enemy. Wayne has read this book twice, and he has gained something every time. Putting aside the author's speech maniac himself, the super willpower and fighting spirit revealed between the lines are worth remembering by everyone. Whether history is good or bad, there are always places that can be learned and inspired. Whether it is learning or avoiding thunder, reading history is a good habit. Time came to 1940, and the Frank Intelligence Agency had closer contact with Wayne, and every time they would ask the strategic intentions of the upper echelons of Windsor. Is it determined to make money or determined to fight with Prussia? The chosen continent is such a large area, and Prussia is the only one. If Windsor wants to make money in the future, he will have to look at Prussia's face and kneel down to get only 30%. He will definitely be determined to fight with Prussia. This is beyond doubt. Frank always asks this question, which only shows that the internal situation is unstable and the surrender faction is powerful. As for why he asks Wayne, this is also very simple. Although the business ability of the Frank Intelligence Bureau is average, they are not blind or deaf. They have already checked the changes in the decision-making level of Windsor. The Landau family successfully purged the king's side, and the royal power fell into the hands of others. Queen Sophia is a puppet of the Landau family. If there is no next queen to succeed Windsor, when Austen retreats behind the scenes, he will pass Sophia to Wayne. Our Frank super agent is going to become the leader of Windsor. Cannon fodder rightward arrow spy rightward arrow senior agent rightward arrow super agent. The entire Frank Intelligence Bureau senior management is filled with a warm atmosphere of jubilation. Misled by rumors from the outside world, they firmly believe that Austen treats Wayne as his own son and trusts him very much. He does not treat him as an outsider's son-in-law, but cultivates him as his own son and heir. Affected by rumors from the outside world, he began to suspect that Wayne was really the long-lost blood of the Landau family. Is there a possibility that when Austen came to Paris for tourism, he was influenced by the romantic atmosphere, so Wayne was born? Don't say it, it's very likely. Austen is a conspirator who wants to purge the emperor. If there is no blood relationship, it is impossible for him to be so good to Wayne. Comparing the photos of the two, there is no need to think about it. Wayne is a mixed blood of the two countries and inherited the excellent genes of the Franks. Sarah received an order from the Intelligence Bureau, and his attitude towards Wayne changed from coercion and inducement at the beginning to flattery now. Don't forget your family when you are rich and powerful. You can't forget your family just because you are a prince. Frank is your real root. Now the country is in trouble, it's time for you to stand up. Unfortunately, Sarah did not meet Wayne. These words were relayed by Mona, and a few angry rebukes from the archangel were inserted during the period. Wayne was busy watching the scolding, and didn't hear Mona's words clearly, so he didn't take it to heart. What about the mixed blood of the two countries? It's all nonsense. He is a legitimate old Union Jack nobleman from London. He doesn't have white genes. The stinky outsiders are here to make trouble for him. Wayne, did you hear what Deputy Minister Yvette said? Ah. Wayne turned his eyes away from the book. Which sentence? Is the meeting starting now? Austen had a dark face and said stiffly, it is supported by religious forces in Prussia. The natural church and Prussia are very close. In case the church suddenly joins the war, you need to inquire about the intelligence. For this kind of thing, can't you go home and ask your wife? Wayne blinked, and Austen understood immediately, and continued, you have connections at the headquarters of the natural church. Smooth out the relationship there and see what the natural church is planning. Is it really supporting Prussia, or just pretending to go through the motions? I understand. Wayne nodded and retracted his gaze from the book. The conversation between the father and son made the new Winston secretly suspicious. He felt that Austen could not control Wayne. Who is the boss of the Landau family is worth pondering. Winston gave Wayne a subtle warning. Is he the real leader? Sensing the attention, Wayne smiled at him and handed him soup. Young man, work hard, and you will have benefits in the future. Wayne habitually fed the cake and lowered his head to think about the possibility of the combination of the Church of Nature and Prussia. Sexually speaking, it is very likely. The headquarters of the Church of Nature is located in Osteria, the back garden of Prussia, and a feng shui treasure land for art students who fail the exam to find a job again. Just this bad fate, it is possible that the Church of Nature will stand in Prussia. Wayne raised his hand and touched his chin. The current Pope Ludwig is ready to resign. With merits fulfilled, he will go to the kingdom of God, with a bright future, and will not be entangled in a world war. If he wins the bet, he will not add much to the icing on the cake, and if he loses, the prestige and merits accumulated before will go down the drain. Ludwig is a smart man and knows how to choose. In other words, even if the Church of Nature actively stands with Prussia, it has little to do with Ludwig. Senna's face popped up in front of Wayne, and he couldn't help but twitched his mouth. Could it be, this guy's operation? Ludwig is about to step down as Pope, and Senna has the support of the successor of the Knight of Nature behind her. Among all the Oracle High Priests, her trump card and capital are the strongest. Except that the saying that she relied on the promotion device to get to the top is a bit unpleasant, there is nothing wrong with the rest. If you want to reverse the reputation, you must do something when you take office, such as taking advantage of the war to expand the influence of the Church of Nature. Prussia is like daylight, it is the best choice. Crazy bitch, can it really be you? Wayne feels the need to go to the headquarters of the Church of Nature. The international situation is corrupt and the people of the world are in dire straits. If nature, the joining of the church has attracted several other churches to join the church. On the basis of the World War, there will be another faith war, with disastrous consequences. Thinking of this, Wayne firmly believed that he had been stuck at a bottleneck recently and was in urgent need of an opportunity. He might be able to pick up new gifts from nature by going out for a walk. Then there is Pope Ludwig, who had nothing to do with him last time, but this time he will be killed for whatever he says. I want to go to the kingdom of God and live happily in my next life. Are you going to the Church of Nature headquarters? Landau Manor, study room. Austin looked at Wayne in surprise. I just mentioned it in the meeting, why are you taking it seriously? It is our duty to maintain world peace. If you want to maintain world peace, you should stay home and don't go anywhere, Austin complained. No, it will attract the devil to London. It was reasonable and Austin could not refute it. Wayne told his speculation that the natural church would not support Prussia for no reason. It must be that the higher UPS want to expand the influence of the church, and it is most likely Senna. This bitch is crazy and if she is left alone, God knows what she will do. Wayne still remembers Sci-fi's evaluation of Senna as a war-fighting faction, and the other world has proven this. No one above will crush Senna to death and will definitely dare to provoke a war of faith. Wayne thought about it and found that no one could suppress Senna except him. You are suddenly so serious, I feel a little uncomfortable. I have seen too many tragedies in the real world, and I don't want the world to become like this. X2 life is not easy, the father and son sighed. Austin agreed to Wayne's trip. He would be in charge of London so there would be no big trouble. He asked Wayne who he wanted to bring with him. I'm going to King John's side of the Church of Nature headquarters. I'm not going on a trip, so I won't take you with me. Wayne pondered for a moment, then just pick a few vengeful spirits and take them with him, leaving Mona/Hershino in London, just in case the devil suddenly pops out of the grass again. London hides one or more powerful devils. The possibility of the gate of hell opening in London cannot be ruled out. The dark night alone cannot stop the devil, and the archangel must stay. Thinking of this, Wayne couldn't help but slap his forehead. Another place where the door to hell opens is in Frank, Paris. A century-old friendship is really not nonsense. You don't always share happiness, and you never let each other go in trouble. When it comes to Paris, Wayne thinks of the Headless Horseman. He wonders what the unlucky guy's current situation is, how much of himself he can maintain, how far the devil's plan for Frank has reached, and how far the Holy See's plan to encircle and suppress the devil has reached. Wayne was determined to contact the Holy See and ask what was going on with the plan against the devil. If he could become a legendary mage during this trip, and if he had enough time, he could consider participating in the plan to siege the underground tomb. Get rid of the Headless Horseman's problem as soon as possible. In troubled times, we can't cause more troubles. What, you're going to the Church of Nature headquarters? In the living room of the High Priest's manor, Delaine's voice came from behind the chips. She stood up from the table, pointed at herself and said, "What will I do if you leave? Is this your line?" They talked about it and it was pretty much the same. Wayne pointed to Delaine's poker friends. "I'll tell them, they're all the same." "No, the same. How much do you dislike me, kid? Delane curled her lips. Although she had no intention of inheriting the fine traditions given to her by the Moonlight Church, this was not the reason why Wayne was not interested in her. They are all here to fool around. She, the Moonlight Knight, has no face. Delaine thought about it and gave up. She said in a deep voice, "That's fine. Anyway, I should leave in the next 2 days. I'll go back to the frozen continent to find Leo for exchange. It's his turn to rest and carry out the oracle of the Sun Goddess. One of the oracles of the Sun Goddess, he goes to the other world to collect negative information. Let's put it this way, this is a long-term mission. Except for the Dark Knight who is still leveling and the Death Knight who has been offline for a long time, the remaining 3 chosen knights have to perform it every once in a while. The goddess has thoughts on the negative information. It is very possible that she has found the right way to open it." Speaking of this, Delane glanced at Willie. Although their genders are different, their hobbies are both Wayne's. They are the same on the outside. She will convey this to Leo when she meets him. Come to London and see if Willie, the spare tire, has any chance of rising to the top. If there is, it would be best to completely cut off Leo's thoughts and save her from clamoring all day long to snatch Wayne away from her arms. Delane's lips curled up, secretly thinking that this was a sure thing. "By the way, De Leon, please tell Mr. Mulla that if you can't use the elemental mantra recently, don't use it." "I'm of great use." Wayne asked Delane to say something. "You have Byegenyan." Delane sneered. She couldn't control the heir's chaotic private life, she could do whatever she wanted, and she would never allow Byegenyan to suffer injustice along with Wayne. "Delane, you misunderstood. I only used the elemental mantra to practice my skills for Byegenyan." Wayne sighed, and he misunderstood him again. "How is it possible? A bow and a sword look different." The camera turned and Wayne's schedule was filled with his secretary. The schedule was too long, and she had to work for several days every time she went out. It was still the same old routine. Mona suffered 80% of the output, and occasionally let Heshino take over. The Archangel was so angry that he either pretended to be Mona, or completely breaking the defense cursed at Wayne. In the middle of the night, Wayne calmed down the matter, held Mona in his arms and said, "Heshino, I'm going on a long trip. You stay in London to guard against the devil's sneak attack." "Boss, I'm Mona." "No, Mona won't refute at this time, she knows what tone I like." Hexiuno gritted his teeth and was feeling depressed when he saw Wayne hand over the Sword of Oath. "This sword is more powerful in the hands of you and Mona. No matter how much you dislike me, I have an attitude of killing all devils. My schedule is too long, and I have to be busy every time I go out. It's still the same old routine, with Mona taking 80% of the output, occasionally letting Heshino take over." The Archangel was so angry that he either pretended to be Mona, or completely broke his defense and cursed Wayne. In the middle of the night, Wayne calmed down the matter, held Mona in his arms and said, "Heshino, I'm going on a long journey. You stay in London to guard against the devil's sneak attack." "Boss, I'm Mona." "No, Mona won't refute at this time, she knows what tone I like." Hexiuno gritted his teeth and was feeling depressed when he saw Wayne hand over the Sword of Oath. "This sword is more powerful in the hands of you and Mona. No matter how much you dislike me, I fully agree with your attitude of killing all devils." Wayne said with a serious face, "I will also get in touch with the Holy See before I go to ask about the situation with Paris, whether those reincarnated angels have awakened and whether they are going to surround the devil." Hexiuno calmed down after hearing this and recognized Wayne's attitude towards the devil. This was the only bright spot in her body that made her very satisfied. She pondered for a moment, put the Sword of Oath away, took a few deep breaths, lowered her head and kissed Wayne. After the exchange of words, Hexiuno stopped expressionlessly and said coldly, "Don't misunderstand, in case other reincarnated angels notice the clues, I have carved the holy mark on your body. To the outside world, you can call yourself the Archangel Hishiunyo. This it's your certificate. Wayne, W, damn, what's that look on your face? All the contents of the previous chapter and the next page are from the internet. Ziyuding reading only promotes the novel by Fengchao Huang, the original author. All book friends are welcome to support Mocking Phoenix for the Phoenix and collect the latest chapters of Restarting the Myth. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 398. Osteria. In a library 500 meters away from Wien Airport, Wayne took a copy of Mein Kampf and flipped through it. Speaking Prussian that Franks could understand, he quickly integrated into the environment. Today, Osteria is part of Prussia. The streets are filled with black flags and there are fans of the orator everywhere. What, not fanatical? You are disloyal. Wayne only brought two vengeful spirits with him on this trip, Ottilia and Regina. They had represented the Prussian division in the selection of saints of the Church of Nature, and they could be of some use. The literary girl Ottilia accompanied Wayne to read. Regina looked towards the library stairs from time to time, her eyes full of expectation. Before going out, Wayne notified Regina in advance, and the latter asked to meet her sister after landing. To relieve the pain of lovesickness. Having experienced the other world, Wayne readily agreed. Regina arranged to meet at the library, waiting for her twin sister. Wayne thought of contacting Senna and also waited for her arrival here. Tang tang tang. The sound of rapid footsteps sounded, Regina's eyes lit up, the fragrant wind drifted by, and the two figures hugged each other. Nelson. Regina jumped up and down holding her sister, who also had a face full of joy. The two almost identical faces were pressed together, making it impossible to tell who was the sister and who was the sister. Wayne was originally unable to tell the difference. In his own words, he was face-blind and couldn't tell who was beautiful and who was not. What he cared about was the soul. Because Regina is a vengeful spirit, her soul is different from Nelson's, so the two can be distinguished immediately. Regina, how are you doing in London? Nelson was very concerned about his sister's situation and pulled her aside to ask a lot of questions. Not plastic, real sisters. Nelson originally represented the Prussian division and participated in the selection of saints of the Natural Church with his sister Regina. Because London's place was taken by Wayne and Veronica, the former Saint Flora had no choice but to return to the Holy Father. Under Vichy's control, Ludwig used his own methods to remove Nelson and replace him with Ottilia. After that, Ludwig instructed Flora to clean up the traces and treat Ottilia and Regina. Both were silenced, and Wayne passed by and turned them both into his own vengeful spirits. Nelson didn't know that his sister had committed fraud. She was warm and had a heartbeat, so she couldn't be dead. All we know is that when Regina participated in the selection, she was involved in the overt and covert fights among the church's top leaders. She was first issued a wanted order by the church, and then the wanted order was revoked. However, she was expelled from the church and was no longer a member of the Natural Church. Regina went to London to work in a library and no longer regarded herself as a magician. After the selection of the saint, the two sisters only met twice. Nelson was worried that his sister would be wronged by wandering alone, so after asking her a few questions, he persuaded her to return to Prussia to find a job. The international situation is unstable now. Only we in Prussia are safe, and other places will be beaten. Listen to me and don't go back to London. What if we get beaten? In case of a call, I'll be in Prussia again. Makes sense. Nelson secretly had a headache and didn't know how to persuade his sister. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Wayne and Ottilia who were reading a book, and a ray of light flashed in his lavender eyes. Nelson was very dissatisfied with Ottilia. It was this man with glasses who had occupied her spot in the selection of saints, making her more than 10 years of hard work useless. That's all. Ottilia and Regina were both wanted, both expelled from the church, and both went to London to work in the same library. How could it be unreasonable to take possession of her sister and not let go, right? Nelson glared at the artistic girl. Seeing that she didn't respond, he hummed twice to indicate that he had won, and then said, "Who is that man? Is it Odelia's boyfriend? They both look very good. A perfect match." Odelia raised her head, accurately captured the key words, praised Nelson ravely, and showed a gentle smile. "If you like it, come more." "Well, the boss is her boyfriend." Regina nodded. She knew Odelia's situation very well. She could have come together with Wayne and become one of the many wings. However, due to the change of profession to the spirit of vengeance, the relationship between superiors and subordinates was clear, and they could no longer become equals. Boyfriend and girlfriend. What a tragedy. Although Wayne has always taken great care of Odelia, sharing with her any fun or delicious food as soon as possible, and accompanying her on dates to watch movies and go to the library on a daily basis, this care is from the superior. The pity for the inferiors has changed long ago before it can return to its past. www.uingc.mregina knew Odelia's struggles and would usually help her speak up, and today was no exception. "Your boss?" "Well, the library belongs to him, and I'm working for him." Regina nodded. Seeing her sister's doubtful look, she hurriedly explained, "The boss is very nice and takes good care of me. He not only promoted me to be a secretary, but also gave me my salary was doubled, and he often gave me pocket money. He went shopping with me to buy clothes, jewelry, and bags. The outfit I am wearing was a gift from him." Nelson, too, "Sister, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" Regina, "Our family is rich, and you can live a comfortable life without working for others." Nelson said with emphasis. She finally figured out that the person who kidnapped her sister was not Odelia, but Odelia's boyfriend Wayne. Worse, she might as well be Odelia. For a time, Wayne's image in Nelson's heart dropped significantly. If she guessed correctly, he was a scumbag. Seeing that her sister had no interest in Wayne, Regina hurriedly defended her boss and said kindly, "I have hands and feet, why should I take the family's money? The boss said that people must rely on themselves and earn with their hands. It's money well spent." "But everything you eat, wear, and use belongs to him," Nelson said quietly. "It's true." Regina tilted her head, her life was given by Wayne, and agreed, "You are right, I owe the boss a lot." "Wake up, that's not what I meant." Seeing that his words had the opposite effect, Nelson hurriedly interrupted Regina, who was looking more and more pious. She was curious about what kind of ecstasy soup Wayne had poured into her sister. She was a good sister, and now she has become an idiot. She clenched her fist and coughed lightly, then leaned closer and whispered, "What I mean is, your boss is a scumbag and a pervert, do you understand?" After saying that, Regina was stunned when she saw that Regina didn't feel much. "Regina, speak." "I have nothing to say. The boss himself said so." "Then you still won't leave?" "Because he was really nice to me." "Idiot, there's a reason why he's nice to you." Nelson was almost mad at his idiot sister. He bit his ear and said, "I understand what I said. Does he have a high status in London? Is he a rich aristocrat? Is there many women around him?" "These women are all around him," he transferred. "Wow, perfect," Regina exclaimed. "Hit your sister." Nelson wanted to punch his heartless sister. He was a very shrewd person in the past, but he must have sucked in too much smog from London. "Don't you understand yet? He's so nice to you because he's greedy for your body and wants to do that kind of thing with you. Well, probably not, he's usually quite busy," Regina said, waving his hand. The group of beauties in the library usually seduced Wayne, every time in front of Odelia, and used Flora's body and Flora's face to hit on a master-disciple taboo. So far, no one has succeeded, and they all were laughed away by Wayne. Not to mention Flora's empty body, even Odelia, who was the real girlfriend, is still unopened at the factory. Regina said that her sister was overthinking it. Although her boss was a scumbag with a very messy private life and never lacked beautiful women around him, she knew that her boss was a good person and took great care of everyone who suffered tragedies. Taking a step back, her sister's worries didn't exist. As long as Wayne had some ideas and hooked his fingers, she went ahead on her own. You can't resist, okay? Nelson said a lot of good and bad things. Seeing that his sister was determined to follow the scumbag, he was so angry that he held down her wrist and wanted to tie her back today. Regina smiled slightly, and according to the principle of cat's claws, she broke free with a flip of her hands, and held down her sister's wrist in turn. She said with an evil smile, "Since you are so worried about me, why not go to London with me to work?" Nelson looked at Regina in surprise. He hadn't seen her for more than half a year. Her sister's life essence far exceeded hers, and even the slightest effort left her unable to resist. Can the haze in London improve your health? In exchange for IQ? Nelson didn't believe in evil, so he grunted several times and tried his best several times, but he couldn't break free. Looking at Regina's complacent Fengkingyunden, he suddenly became very angry. It has always been the elder sister who bullies the younger sister. When will the younger sister be able to ride on her elder sister and dominate her? Can't lose. When the camera turned, Nelson was so tired that he lay on the table. Regina rubbed her sister's head, feeling a little envious of her freedom, and said, "Don't worry, I'm living a good life now, with many children. My sisters are with me and I am happy every day. I'm even more worried." Nelson raised his head and was about to say something more when he noticed light footsteps behind him. A gust of fragrant wind passed by her in an instant, so fast that she had no reaction and couldn't even catch her shadow. So awesome, who on earth is so powerful? Nelson Dingching looked over, his face paralyzed with shock, and he said speechlessly, "Look, your good boss kissed another woman in front of his girlfriend, and you still said he was a good person." On Wayne's side, Senna sat on the whip skillfully, glanced at Odelia, ran her slender fingers across Wayne's neck, lifted her chin, and kissed her with her thin lips. It was a very deep kiss, and he moved his hands and feet while kissing back, and it had a tendency to turn white in broad daylight. Nelson raised his hand to cover his eyes, with his fingers spread wide open. Senna's stunning beauty needs no elaboration, and Wayne's pretty face is not bad either. The man's cake and the woman's lipstick came together to make out, letting her "I can't help but my heart beats faster and I want to watch some paid dramas." Suddenly, thinking that his sister was still there, he hurriedly covered his eyes. "You are too young to watch, and you will make mistakes if you are curious. We were born together. I was 5 minutes early." The eldest sister Nelson was majestic, blushing and heart-beating, telling her sister not to look, while widening her eyes to see clearly. "That's all right, you'll teach the kids bad things." Wayne patted his butt and took Senna's hand out of his collar. After savoring the sweetness in his mouth, he saw the beauty's eyes were dizzy and slightly moist, and he couldn't help but feel a little confused. "She is so beautiful." Odelia sighed, "Calm down, your girlfriend is still watching." Wayne calmed down for a second and explained subconsciously, "Odelia, listen to my quibbles. It's not what you think. There is a reason. I know that the reason is very complicated and cannot be explained in a few words, so I won't explain it." Odelia turned her head away, her thoughts were extremely complicated. She had agreed to just be a secretary, but she still felt quite unhappy when she saw Wayne and Senna making out. If the venue is not suitable, you must transform into a succubus and compete with them to see who is more charming. "Oh, haven't you dealt with this little girl yet?" Senna pursed her lower lip and looked at Wayne with fiery eyes. She didn't care who was around Wayne, she would just follow her own desires and do whatever she wanted. Even though he knew there would be no quarrel, Wayne still felt the atmosphere of Shurafield and couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Let's go, this is not the place to talk." Wayne waved and led the two beauties out of the second floor of the library. Regina hurriedly followed and said, "Nelson, that's it for today. I'll ask you for tea next time I have a chance." Not to mention how heartbroken Nelson felt when his sister looked at her buttocks and the scumbag left, he gritted his teeth and followed quickly. The black car drove out of the city, looked up the Seno River, and stopped at a manor. In the living room, as soon as Wayne sat down, Senna pressed close to him, rubbing her ears and temples together, and her whole body was filled with the aura of the animal world. Shameless woman. Nelson gritted his teeth. Wayne was driving the car just now, and Senna was sitting in the passenger seat. As soon as he got in the car, he touched the driver. If the driver hadn't stopped him, Senna would have suffered. It's unreasonable to lead her sister to evil. Nelson dragged Regina and was about to leave. It was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and London should not go back. Sooner or later, someone would die. There were roots under Regina's feet, but Nelson couldn't pull her away at all. He scratched his head angrily and cursed London Smog again to stop making trouble and calm down for a moment. "I came to Osteria to find you to do business." Wayne was so excited by Senna that he tried to persuade him to calm down, so that he could calm down. "I'm also ready to do business." Senna blinked. "If you don't deal with her today, don't think about doing anything else." Wayne had no choice but to communicate through his mind and promised to increase the quantity without increasing the price. Only then did Senna sit on the sofa obediently. He glanced at Nelson and saw that the latter's eyes were spitting fire, and his eyes were full of cannibalism. Waved for Regina to take people to the backyard. There are some things that Nelson can't listen to. Nelson refused and hugged the sofa and refused to leave. Wayne smiled upon seeing this and advised, "I'll give you another chance. It's not too late to leave now. My sister Regina is here and I'm not going anywhere. Okay, don't regret it later." Wayne smiled meaningfully, looking forward to Nelson's expression later, and said sideways, "Senna, I heard in London that the Natural Church and Prussia have launched a series of cooperation, and the Church is ready to fully support Prussia's expansion in order to expand own strength. There is such a tendency. The current cooperation is limited to Prussia and has not yet been carried out in the occupied areas." Senna nodded. "Whose idea was it?" "Baker, Weaving, Macquarie." "Who is this?" "3 oracle high priests of the same level as me. Not the Pope, not you. The Pope has allowed their actions, and I have no reason to stop them," Senna said truthfully. Wayne thought that the in-depth cooperation between the Natural Church and Prussia was the operation of Pope Ludwig or Senna, but it was not the case. Ludwig did have a close relationship with the Prussian authorities and had cooperated several times. Now that Führer Hitler has come to power, he is also behind the scenes and providing some help. Ludwig was a native of Osteria. Like Heidel, he was a Prussian of Austrian origin. He had the proper black flag of Prussia from his ancestors. He was a fellow countryman who helped fellow countrymen with speaking funds, and spent a few barrels of beer during his speeches. Reasonable. Today is different from the past. Ludwig knew that he was leaving. Hezeu did not accept the invitation of the Prussian authorities for in-depth cooperation. He repeatedly declined and euphemistically expressed his upcoming resignation. The Prussian authorities turned to look for several oracular high priests, and when they couldn't tell who would succeed them, they went all in. The number of oracle high priests in the Church of Nature has varied in the past, and the maximum number is 5. This time there are 4 oracle high priests. In addition to Senna, the other 3 are Baker, Vivian, and Macquarie. After Senna was contaminated by Wayne, her desire to pursue power faded, and her desire to pursue Wayne intensified, even as the Pope's thoughts faded away. She knows what Wayne likes and what he doesn't like, and when faced with the Prussian liaison, she has recently been busy with 3 rounds to get rid of him. The Prussian authorities hit a wall with Senna, and turned to the other 3 oracle high priests. After some discussions, From the guest and host feeling at home to the guest and host enjoying themselves, the possibility of in-depth cooperation was confirmed. In this regard, Ludwig did not restrain him, as if he would control the flood after I left. Not to mention, from his point of view, there is really no reason to stop it. If the three oracle high priests succeeded, Ludwig had laid a good foundation in the early stage, and he had half the credit for the three oracle high priests' mess. Now, it seems that Ludwig was wise and mighty. Even with a bunch of rubbish, he was able to prosper the church's governance, and his status in the world has to rise. No matter what happened, he was happy to see the results. Senna's idea was very simple. She couldn't find a reason to stop it, so she chose to wait and see. Windsor has great confidence in Frank's impregnable defense line, and the Natural Church in Austria has great confidence in Prussia's steel torrent, and they all feel that this is a sure profit deal. According to what you said, the Pope did not cause trouble and you are very honest. It is the three of them who are playing tricks? Wayne raised his eyebrows. The situation was simpler than he thought. Three useless things, they tied the church to a chariot for their own selfish desires. They are not worthy of being the oracle high priests. Nelson, who are you? You talk so arrogantly. Nelson poked the sister next to him and murmured in a low voice, "What's your boss background?" "He's an open-mouthed pope and a closed-mouthed oracle high priest." "He's so wild. Also, is that elder sister really the oracle high priest? Why is he here? Are you so nice in front of your boss?" "More than just being cute, he is clearly a flirt. He wants to eat people from the moment they meet, and his restless little hands are never idle." Nelson didn't understand whether Wayne, the protagonist, would be too ordinary if it was a high-end game. "He looks ordinary, nothing special." "Well, my boss's identity is rather complicated." Regina was confused for a moment, and when she heard the voice transmission in her ear that was full of pretentiousness but kept calm, she said with a stern face, "Nelson, by now, you must have guessed that my boss is a natural knight." "Nelson, it's just him, and he's a natural knight." Nelson didn't believe it. The education she had received since she was a child did not allow her to admit that the natural knight was a pervert. "The real deal. If he behaves naturally, I will eat this sofa on the spot." At the critical moment when Nelson was cheating on food and drink, Regina hurriedly covered her sister's mouth. She knew that the boss likes to bully honest people the most. "We'll take it seriously." On the other side, Senna continued, "Although Ludwig did not take the initiative to cooperate deeply with Prussia, I suspect that he played the role of a middleman. After all, he is the Pope. Without his acquiescence, the three oracle high priests it's hard to handle so many departments. He took a bribe. It's hard to say. Maybe it's just to save face. What if we continue to investigate? You can't check everything. What if everything goes down? The church can't be without a high priest." Oracle Senna smiled slightly. If there are no other trivial matters, she should quickly finish her serious matter. Then check it out. When I come, the sky will come. When I come, the church will be at peace. Wayne narrowed his eyes slightly. If you insist, you can indeed investigate, but there is a problem. You have to prepare in advance. Senna laid out the facts and reasoned, there is no doubt about the status of the natural knights, but the natural church and the natural knights are not in the same system. In principle, the knights cannot interfere with the internal affairs of the church. If you want to deal with them, you must support a puppet pope. How about you becoming the pope? If this is your order, I will not refuse, but I have a few conditions. Senna narrowed her eyes. She is not someone who can be easily dealt with. She has a huge appetite. Whatever the conditions are, it doesn't matter what Dan says. It's not convenient to say more here, just in case walls have ears. The old rule is, if you think it's okay to go to the dark realm, I will obey the order. If you find it unacceptable, you can find someone else. Senna's words became colder and her demeanor became reclusive. She waved her hand to cut off the dark field and invited Wayne to come in and talk in detail. Forget it, this is the church headquarters, so we should be on guard against it. Wayne stood up, shook his hand, and accidentally opened the void, and the elemental mantra fell into the living room. The surging breath of life dispersed, confirming the authenticity of the artifact and proving Wayne's identity. Sorry, no one noticed. Wayne picked up the elemental mantra and disappeared into the dark realm with the swaying Senna. Last time in this room, it was Veronica who was looking around. This time it was Odelia. They are indeed very destined. Nelson stared blankly at the direction where Wayne disappeared. After a while, he came back to his senses and grabbed his sister's sleeve. You. Well, my boss is really a natural knight, and the one just now was the divine weapon of choice. I. Don't worry, my boss is very generous, not a small-minded person. How could he swallow something like a sofa? He just smiled. Regina was stunned in the middle of her words. I heard Wayne's thoughts transmitted in my ears, and I didn't know what to say. Big eyes and small eyes JPG Regina, speak. It's not like you can't eat on the sofa or anything like that. I'll get you a glass of water. 33,000 words and 200 words, please vote for me. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Restarting the Myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 399. Dark Realm. Senna explained her requirements, and the full amount was immediately paid, and installments were not accepted. How could a deal worth hundreds of millions be finalized in one fell swoop? Business is not negotiated that way, and Wayne would definitely not agree to that. The two sides exchanged opinions fiercely, and Senna won the first place with her excellent eloquence. Wayne was dissatisfied. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and neither could convince the other, and the quarrel escalated into a physical conflict. They became one. In the end, Wayne won the big order with 1 billion in people. The cause of the conflict was simple, and the saying was hard, and it felt like a long time since we met. It had been almost half a year since they last parted, and Senna was thinking about Faith. It was not easy to catch a live person, so naturally she had to do things more grandly. After the matter was over, the beauty lazily lay in Wayne's arms, humming softly with her nose, and her delicate flowers were wet with rain and dew, and her lazy eyebrows were full of charm. Gulp. Hearing the sound of swallowing saliva beside her, Senna's mouth curled up slightly. She was already past the age of liking sweet talk, only little girls would do that, they were all adults, and they liked Wayne's unabashed expression of his desire for her. Whether it was his competitive spirit or his obsession with Faith, Wayne's performance was quite useful to Senna, and her mind was given unparalleled joy. Wayne, have you forgotten me? How is that possible? I think you're too late. Wayne immediately offered sweet talk, second-hand love talk, and a masterful one, and he could say 3,000 words in a row without taking a breath. Senna rolled her eyes, and she knew without thinking that Wayne had said these words to many people, and interrupted, "You came to me for the church's affairs. If it weren't for this matter, you would definitely not come. You misunderstood, I came to you specially to deal with the matter by the way, otherwise I would have to make a trip for something that could be solved by making a phone call, and it's not for you." Wayne hugged the beauty, and the 3 points question was not difficult for him at all. Then you brought 3 followers. Bodyguards. Do you protect them? You have too many questions today. Are you jealous? After 6 months of not seeing each other, Senna has changed a lot. She looks like a bitter lover who is suffering from longing. It is a little different from what she often says. You said that you would only enter the mind and not the life. You are not sincere. Wayne raised his eyebrows. He liked Senna's transformation very much. Seeing her complaining and grumbling, he lowered his head and kissed her. Since you have started to pursue love, you should abide by the rules of love. Love is the romance between two strong people, not the bitter hatred between two weak people. Why do you complain so much? The idle drama has become a sad drama. After the lingering, Senna relieved the pain of lovesickness. She remembered that she had business to do. She got up and put on her clothes slowly. She could have changed clothes in a second, but she didn't. As we all know, women can never zip up the back of their clothes by themselves. Senna's clothes didn't have a zipper, but it didn't affect Wayne's help in dressing her. After wasting half a day, Wayne pulled out the elemental mantra and wanted to practice combo skills with Senna. We have proved that the combination of Dragon Knights is not successful. Senna shook her head slightly. She and Wayne practiced a lot of combined skills, but none of them could be used against the enemy. This time is different. I have studied outside and learned a lot of new postures. Wayne raised his eyebrows, raised his hand and touched Senna's eyebrows, added the data recorded by his mind and the actual combat pictures to the compressed file, and sent them all over. The data and pictures came from the natural knight and Pope Senna in the other world. The female war god swept all directions, invincible and invincible. If Wayne hadn't intervened, she could have blown up all those who didn't obey and become the strongest knight chosen by God in the other world. Similarly, if the rumors are true, the demigod can escape from the other world, and she can become the transcendent. Senna closed her eyes, checked the received data and pictures, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. She felt a little unwell. What is this? Is this a data battle you simulated? She opened her eyes, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. Wayne never regarded his followers as his followers, and was willing to treat every unlucky person equally, even the spirit of revenge, as a boss and an employee. Aben was an exception. In addition to being an employee, he also received a pet salary. Being worshipped by a beauty of Senna's level, Wayne's vanity was satisfied, and he was secretly happy, and then shook his head and said, "No, it's real battle data, which happened in the inner world." As he spoke, Wayne told about his experience in the inner world and emphasized Senna's identity and brilliant record in the inner world. Ripples appeared in Senna's eyes, and the desire of a strong man buried deep in her heart slowly emerged. She imagined that she could also replicate the scene in the outer world, and her breathing accelerated a little. Among all Wayne's wings, her aggression are the strongest, and she has a strong ambition to control and grasp. Because the pollution caused the scale of desire to tilt, this part of the desire was diluted. At this time, seeing myself in the other world killing people, the original desire was aroused again. Ready to make a move. Of course, it can also be said that the desire for faith is satisfied, and then seek the next spiritual need. Senna imagined for a moment, frowned slightly. The two desires are contradictory. After comparison, choose to give up the self-needs, and continue to persist in the desire for faith. Wayne is everything to her, nothing else matters. Wayne sensed the change in Senna's heart, held her in his arms, and whispered, "You know, now you come and go as you call, you have no character at all, I still like your unruly nature look." Senna tilted her head slightly and saw Wayne nodding in affirmation, and immediately smiled like a flower. "If this is your request, I will implement it, but you have to think clearly. At that time, I am afraid it will be difficult for you to control me." "Don't do it then." Angry from shame. "It's okay, I have many hands and can grasp it." "Then I'll have to look forward to it." "I'm looking forward to it too." The corner of Wayne's mouth curled up. Senna's account had a great future and could not be wasted in his hands. He simply untied it and let it play freely. He wanted to see what achievements Senna in the outer world could achieve. Senna raised her hand and brushed Wayne's face, raised her eyebrows and said, "You didn't allow me to bully Ziffy before, but now, is it okay?" This question stumped Wayne, and he said speechlessly, although she calls you teacher, and she deserves to be bullied by you, I call her mom. If you bully my mom, I won't let you go easily. You can bully the teacher's teacher, but you don't allow me to bully my own students. What's the point? Sina asked with a sweet smile. The principle of double standards. Wayne gritted his teeth. Since he had decided to let Senna go, he would do what he said. With a wave of his hand, he allowed her to do whatever she wanted. With a wave of her hand, the world in front of Senna became wider. She narrowed her eyes slightly and sneered, Sci-fi was very mean to me before and wanted me to drink her foot-washing water. This matter is not over yet. I will have to deal with her sooner or later. Wayne closed his eyes and sneered, if you dare to deal with her, I will deal with you. That's not what you said just now. I only said that you are allowed to mess around, but I didn't say that you don't have to pay for it. Senna curled her lips and secretly said that the student had found a good student. Although she was dissatisfied, she still saw Wayne's concession and asked doubtfully, is this what you call sincerity for sincerity? To be precise, you get on the bus first and pay the ticket later. Okay, it's a good start anyway. Senna regained her ambition and gradually moved closer to the original lustful person. She frowned and said, in the other world, you and the Sun Knight teamed up to kill me. You were so cruel. You could obviously pollute me and make me obey your words. No, you killed too many people in the other world. You killed the entire Sun Church, most of the Dark Church, and even Anastasia's Pope. Father Wayne shrugged. If NA doesn't die, God will not tolerate it. Hearing the warning in the words, Senna's lust was slightly restrained. She was a smart dragon blood, and with a little effort from Wayne, she understood where the scale was. Then he said, speaking of Anastasia, is she as insulted as me? What is an insult? It's obviously you who took the initiative to climb up. Wayne whispered, knowing that he was in the wrong, he clenched his fist and coughed lightly, the situation on Anna's side is more complicated. I had already controlled the condition, but due to some accidents, I couldn't control it. Anna, you screamed so intimately. It's obvious that you didn't intend to control yourself. Senna was quite unhappy. She had been looking forward to pulling Anastasia into the water before, but now that her wish had come true, she was a little unhappy. What kind of class is Anastasia? Sharing a belly bar with her. It was indeed an accident. The dark goddess personally took action and pushed Anna into my arms. Wayne felt extremely aggrieved. This incident was not to blame on him, nor on Anastasia, it was all the fault of the dark goddess. Speaking of them, I don't know if anything has been found at the Dark Church headquarters. The goddess took the initiative to push her saint into the abyss. You really dare to make this up? Why don't you be bolder and let the dark goddess come to the world to seduce you personally? Senna laughed directly, trembling. Don't say it, it's true. Hee. Steamed buns, you don't believe it. Wayne's face turned red for a moment, as if his lies had been exposed. No one will believe it. Want to make a bet? Wayne showed a dagger engraved with a map. What bet? Senna became interested, and Wayne took the initiative to push the handle into her hand, and there was no reason to refuse. If you win, you can do whatever you want. If I win. Wayne leaned close to Senna's ear and told about the cruel qualifying environment. Individual competitions have been eliminated by the times, and team competitions, relay competitions, and group competitions are the mainstream. If he wins, Senna must be like this, and so on. Like this. Senna rolled her eyes at Wayne, I am her father-killing enemy in the other world. Aren't you afraid of her being angry with your arrangement like this? Just say it's okay. It's no problem for me, I'm sure to win anyway. Senna didn't panic at all and couldn't think of a reason to lose. Quickly, these are my requirements. As for you winning, you set the conditions yourself. My request is very simple. Senna put her ear against Wayne's, bit it first, and then exhaled a burst of fragrance. Wayne's ears were itching, and after hearing her request, he couldn't help but have a dark look on his face. Comrade Senna, it's wrong to eat alone. You will have no friends in the future, and no one will pay attention to you in the double queue. Just say it's okay. I don't have a problem, I'm going to win anyway. Wayne didn't panic at all and couldn't think of a reason to lose. The two of them clapped their hands and made an agreement, feeling that it was a sure thing. Seeing that Wayne repeatedly gave in, Senna was in a good mood, feeling the joy of being alone. She lifted Wayne's chin and rewarded him with a kiss full of disgust. The defeated Oracle High Priest, the teacher's teacher, the female dragon, the forced forbearance. After a series of buffs are filled up, she can also set up the stack of entries. Wayne took out the mantra of elements and put it in Senna's hand, slowly untying the restraints on the mantra of elements, wanting to see how the god-chosen spare tire in the inner world would perform in the outer world. Senna, she is done. No way, it's that easy. Wayne's mind entered Senna's body and found that he was the one who succeeded, not Senna. Senna's thinking body has already taken the shape of Wayne. When the dragon transformed, its ability to contain life energy was strengthened, and it accepted part of the information of the elemental mantra. At this point she accepted more, again without rejection. Senna is no longer the Senna she used to be. The essence of her life has changed. She is a void life covered in dragon blood and has embarked on a completely different path from her former self and herself in the other world. In this case, Wayne's reference to the Pope Senna in the other world seems a bit unreasonable. Looks like I can't become a natural knight anymore. Senna didn't care. She held the elemental mantra in her hand and closed her eyes to feel the power in it. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes turned into vertical dragon eyes. Wayne was swallowed by Senna in the other world, and his mind packed a large amount of data, allowing him to spy on the other party's dragon language magic. These data were sent intact to Senna in the outer world, who learned quickly and held the elemental mantra. Can cast corresponding dragon language magic. Super map cannon looking in the mirror is completed. It's possible, but I'm not a real natural knight after all. The power of dragon language magic is limited. In addition, I can't transform anytime and anywhere. Senna held the elemental mantra as if she had found a treasure, her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples, and she just wanted to keep it by her side forever. You get the elemental mantra, no one dares to say that you are not the Pope. Wayne nodded and continued, your life form has infinite possibilities. Don't get hung up on an artifact. You can go further in the future. Understand the information contained in it. One day in the future, you can do it without the elemental mantra. Use dragon language magic anytime, anywhere. Senna was stunned when she heard this. It seemed like this was really the case. She once did divination in the frozen continent, and her future was bright when she didn't encounter Wayne's fate line. But when she encountered Wayne's fate line, her future was even brighter. Stop thinking nonsense. In addition to meeting you and rectifying the natural church, I also want to kill Pope Ludwig. Do you have any information about him? Wayne patted his butt. The Pope is very powerful. He can break through the realm of demigods, but his desire for power suppresses his own accomplishments. Senna talked about Ludwig in her eyes and looked at the elemental mantra in her hand. It's different now. I'm confident that I can beat him. Where is Ludwig's power? He cultivated many loyal subordinates. When these people became high priests or oracle priests, they tasted the taste of power. Their loyalty was limited to the surface, and they gradually came up with their own ideas. The papal power is in Prussia, and Austria, where the headquarters of the natural church is located, is controlled by me and several other oracle high priests. He is ready to leave the God's chosen continent. He has been delegating power in the past 6 months. It can also be said to be muddying the waters. He has not named a successor, which has led to the four oracle high priests seizing power from each other. This is probably intentional. The forces that originally belonged to him can either wait and see, or defect to the other three oracle high priests. The Church of Nature is now far from a major reshuffle. It has fallen into chaos during the formation period. Each of the four oracle high priests has the possibility of ascending to the throne. People don't know how to choose, which gives the people below a headache. This is a real one-shot deal. If you make a mistake, you will be wrong for a lifetime. Did you win any allies? Wayne asked curiously. Senna shook her head slightly, knowing that you didn't like it. I didn't accept the Pope's original power. The only allies were the reluctant deputy leader Gavin and the lifeless great prophet Tube. Half a year has passed, and Senna's papal progress bar has not advanced. The two allies are not of the same mind as her. Gavin, the deputy leader of the Natural Knights, does not like Senna. Gavin adheres to the spirit of chivalry and is a person who has escaped from vulgar taste. He has noble aspirations. Senna cannot catch his eye and is willing to be an ally. It is purely because Senna is a gracious person. The same goes for Tubby. After losing two apprentices he had cultivated for many years, the old man lost his sight and couldn't find a suitable successor. He sat in the prophet's hall every day and muttered to himself. If he had to choose a side, he would only choose Senna. Senna has the support of the future Nature Knight behind her. If she doesn't support her, how about the other three insects? In other words, both of your allies are not interested in the internal affairs of the Church of Nature. In the worst case, the Nature Knight is more worthy of investment, so I chose you. Wayne was speechless. Gavin is a lazy drunkard, and Tubby has no power to interfere in internal affairs. Whether they are the same or not, Senna can only fight alone if she wants to become the Pope. Although I have no allies, I control the power of the saint. Tusa. Wayne thought of the brother and sister in Villa Number 8. The older brother, Alex, was an honest man, while the younger sister, Dussa, was a scheming person. If he remembered correctly, the two siblings were from the Frankish subdivision. Because she has white blood flowing in her body, she directly raised her hand to vote at you. White blood. It's nothing, I'm just talking casually. How do you control the saint? The Pope did not try to control the saint, and the oracle high priest would not let her go. The saint has great power. Because she cannot exercise her rights due to the 20-year election, she has no choice but to find me, who is also a woman. Speaking of this, Senna smiled ambiguously. How about the saint you have always been thinking about? Do you want me to arrange for you to teach her the spirit of chivalry at night? No, I already have a dedicated saint. Wayne waved his hands repeatedly. Now is different from the past. With Anastasia and the saint, he no longer has any thoughts. I was young and ignorant before, but now I have put on my pants and still have lingering fears about the saint. If the goddess of nature suddenly descends when doing the artificial human experiment and plays the same routine as the dark goddess, he will be in trouble, and his life will probably be very difficult. These goddesses are more insidious than each other, and they should be avoided if possible. If there is any dissatisfaction, it will not be too late to discuss it in Tame Hexy in 30 years. Senna, give me the information of the three oracle priests. What do you want to do? Investigate. Wayne narrowed his eyes and said, from the Pope to the three of them, investigate them all thoroughly. As long as there is no competitor, your position as Pope will be stable. Then you can deal with them as Pope. The dark domain is open. Wayne and Senna walked out one after another, looking cold, as if they had just had a big fight. What kind of fight can last for 3 hours? Who are you two acting for? Odelia rolled her eyes and saw Nelson staring at the sofa in a daze. Regina took a water cup to cheer him up. Suddenly, she realized that it was for her. Odelia pouted, okay, at least she knew how to act, leaving some face for her secretary who was just a nominal girlfriend. Wayne looked at the sisters by the sofa, happily came over, patted Regina on the shoulder, and took the water cup from her hand. "Nelson, right? It's our first meeting. I'm not polite to use this small sofa. You can pack up if you can't finish it." As he said that, he handed over the water cup and generously said that there would be plenty of drinks. Nelson's eyes twitched. After confirming Wayne's identity as a natural knight, he felt that his status was inferior. Facing the petty Wayne, he didn't dare to resist. She looked at her sister pitifully. They said that pretending to be pitiful could get away with it, so why didn't it work? Regina stepped forward and whispered, "Boss, I know you are the most generous, right? Tell me again, honestly, am I generous?" "Generous? Regina, you weren't like this before. People always grow up, otherwise they can't survive in society." Wayne rolled his eyes and dodged when he saw Regina raising her hand to perform the sealing technique. "Okay, for your sake, I'll be generous today and won't let her eat on the sofa." "Boss, you're the best." Regina smiled and stepped forward, pressing her sister's head to thank her for not eating, and marveled that the legend of the library was indeed true. As long as the sealing technique was used, Wayne would obey. It's like this even without sealing, and if it's sealed, it's like you can get whatever you want. "Sister, your idea is very dangerous, Odelia will tear you apart." Wayne waved his hand and let the two sisters reminisce on the side. On the other side, Senna took the initiative to find Odelia. The beauty was aggressive by nature, and a slight smile could give off a terrifying sense of oppression. The literary girl was uneasy and wanted to call Regina for support, and it would be best if she could bring her sister with her. "I remember your name is Odelia, right?" Odelia didn't speak and took a step back. "Why, are you scared? Are you afraid that I will eat you?" Senna's eyes turned into dragon eyes. Seeing Odelia's cautious appearance, she secretly said that she was cute. "I want to bully her severely." "I'm not scared, but you smell too strong," Odelia complained. "No way, I remember to clean it up." Senna lifted her robe and sniffed her sleeves, smiling gracefully. "It's your boyfriend's smell. I'm so sorry that I got these smells in front of you." "Don't blame him, blame me if you want to blame him. He just made a mistake that all men would make." "Shameless." Odelia gnashed her teeth, thinking about turning into a succubus to defeat Senna. The old witch was too beautiful, and she was seriously lacking in confidence. At this time, the trembling Odelia was very similar to Veronica. Senna thought so too. She saw the shadow of Veronica in Odelia and wanted to bully her even more. She leaned forward slightly and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I never want love, I just want your boyfriend's body." "Odelia, take back what she said before. Senna is not shameless, but her face is impeccable." "Odelia, you really don't need to be angry. You don't need your boyfriend, and you are idle anyway. I help you take care of yourself so that others won't cheat on you. First, I help you practice your skills, and second, I guarantee his purity." "You still have to thank me," Senna said with reason. Seeing that Odelia remained silent, Senna's stand-up comedy was boring, and she increased her output and said, "It's 90% new, just like it's never been used. If you don't believe me, you can check it tonight. If you have the guts." After that, her smile became even brighter. Wayne rolled his eyes at the side. What a trick of treating, beheading, accepting as a dog. In the past, Senna would not take the initiative to accept a younger sister. Was it the pressure Anastasia's participation in the qualifying competition gave her? Restarting the myth. Author, Fengchao Huang. Chapter 400. Living room. Wayne sat alone on the sofa, looking through the information and maps, marking the maps with a red pen from time to time. The information was sent by Senna, involving the black material of the Pope and the 3 oracle high priests. Once leaked, the reputation of the entire natural church's top leaders would collapse. Although the reputation was average before, the fig leaf has always existed. In the eyes of the lower-level believers, the Pope and the oracle high priests are high above, and they are all saints with lofty ideals. Senna returned to the church headquarters with the elemental mantra, thinking and keeping in touch with Wayne, waiting for his next order. In principle, the natural knight has no right to interfere in the natural church, not to mention that Wayne is only the heir of God's choice, not the only natural knight. But it is not possible in principle, but it is actually feasible. Wayne just doesn't want to set this precedent. There are too many black histories of the church's top leaders. Just check it and you will find a lot of bad accounts. There is no need to make a big fuss to drive them out of office. The evidence can be put on their faces. Only then will Wayne roll up his sleeves and show off his muscles if they are unreasonable. I will reason with you, but if you don't listen, don't blame me for talking about physics. In the corner of the living room, the 2 sisters put their heads together, whispering loudly. Because of the aura of the natural knight, Wayne's image in Nelson's heart has changed, and he no longer persuades his sister to resign and go home to take over the family business. From the perspective of a magician, the status of the God-chosen knight is extremely high. Working for the natural knight is a way that many people can't get even if they kneel down. If Wayne hadn't been surrounded by too many beauties, and flirting with the coquettish elder sister in front of his girlfriend, and his private life was too chaotic, she would have wanted her sister to help introduce a job. "Boss, have you found anything?" Odelia brought the brewed black tea, added half a cup to Wayne, and sat aside to help him compile information. The sitting posture was very intimate, a little more active than usual, as if curled up. These data cannot be used as evidence, and the map won't reveal anything. "I'm going to go out tonight to collect some substantial evidence," Wayne said without raising his head. Odelia pushed her glasses and leaned towards Wayne again. The unique fragrance of the girl spread. Wayne didn't show anything, but her face had already turned red. "Just be yourself. Don't compare yourself with Senna. She is a legendary wizard and has dragon blood. It's not normal." Wayne glanced at Odelia. "Pat your head. JPG. Odelia was slightly dissatisfied. Since the change in their relationship, Wayne has been accommodating her, behaving gentlemanly and considerately, and no longer has the shameless attitude before. Shame on her, she prefers the bad guy before. Odelia knew that Wayne was taking care of her feelings, but the more this happened, the more distant the two of them became. She mustered up her courage and said, "Boss, I'm not comparing myself to Teacher Senna. I'm your secretary, and Miss Mona is also your secretary. The person I'm comparing myself to is her. It's different, you're still my girlfriend. Then we should be closer. What's the difference between me and Regina now?" Odelia blinked. "Boss, there are too many places marked on the map. Do you need me to go on a mission tonight?" "Mission?" Regina ran over. "Boss, do you have any mission for me?" Among the 14 vengeful spirits that were packed in one go, she had the highest work enthusiasm, self-discipline, rigor, and meticulousness. She would never delay until the next day if she could work overtime to solve the problem, which met Wayne's stereotype of Prussians. "There is indeed a mission for you." Wayne touched his chin and pointed on the map. "Several targets in the city, you go check them, be careful, don't reveal your whereabouts, it doesn't matter if you can't find them, you must not alert the enemy. I guarantee to complete the mission." "Well, I'll go back and buy you a new bag." Wayne drew a worthless pie and looked at Odelia and said, "Beauty, do you want to meet tonight?" "Of course." Odelia was about to agree, but she noticed Regina's enthusiasm for work from the corner of her eye, pushed her glasses and said, "Boss, it's working hours now, please don't bring personal relationships, it will make me very troubled." Okay, you play like this too." Wayne almost laughed out loud, and said with a straight face, "I'm wrong, Secretary, you will go on a mission with me tonight, perform well, otherwise your salary will be deducted." "Please rest assured, I won't let you down," Odelia stood up and said. Regina was puzzled and puzzled. She couldn't understand what the two were doing. Didn't Odelia want to get close to the boss? Why did she distance herself from him? Are they ready to break up? Wayne asked Regina to remember the red dot on the map and take Odelia with him. Before Regina left the house, her sister Nelson blocked her way. "Nelson, I have to go to work. You wait at home and I'll play with you when I come back." "You talk to your sister like that? There are no sisters in the magic world, only strong ones. You taught me this." The two stared at each other, and Regina shrugged. "The mission is dangerous. I can't take you out. Believe me, you know too much today. This is very unfriendly to your life safety." Nelson looked at his sister, who had made great progress in strength. He was envious and happy for her. Then he looked at himself, who was standing still. His mind was particularly complicated. He wanted to become the sister who could protect his sister again. "Regina, is your current strength related to your night boss?" Nelson gritted his teeth. "Yeah, he gave them all to me." Regina was very sure that everything from food, clothing, housing, transportation to life enhancement and succubus form was given by Wayne. She didn't need to think too much. She would do whatever Wayne said, and it wouldn't be wrong. "Well, can you recommend a job for me?" Nelson hesitated. Putting aside his chaotic private life, Wayne might really be a good boss. Taking a step back, from the perspective of employees, whether the boss's private life is chaotic or not, what does it have to do with the employees? If you have to say it has something to do with it, the employees have the fun of adjusting their boring work. It's a good thing. Nelson forced himself to comfort himself, looking at Regina eagerly, hoping that his sister would help introduce him. Seeing her frowning and not speaking, he hurriedly said, "Regina, you know me, I am very capable. It's not a question of whether I can do it or not." Regina shook her head. To work for Wayne, she had to die with resentment. The truth could not be confessed. Seeing her sister's face full of hope, she could only say, "I will say a few good words for you when the boss comes back, but if he refuses, I can't do anything. From what you said, he will definitely refuse. If nothing unexpected happens, I will help you with the task, and you can get extra points for excellent performance. No, if you dare to leave this door, I will no longer have you as a sister." Wayne was the former capital of Austria. After being incorporated into Prussia, it no longer regarded itself as a capital. It was surrounded by dense forests on three sides and many rivers. It was a romantic city covered with green and music. Wayne's goal tonight is to walk away from the city center, along the Sino River, and into the sparsely populated forest hinterland. The night sky is dotted with stars, and the breeze blows, and you can still hear the melodious waltz. This city has a strong musical atmosphere. If that person did not teach himself to paint, but studied music, maybe. The pressure is even greater, and he will fail the exam. Learning to paint cannot save Prussia. Wayne walked through the forest at night, with a very fast pace, and Ottilia followed closely behind. Her own strength improved with Wayne, and she herself was a little frightened. The two walked quickly for 10 minutes, and Wayne seemed to have his own magnetic field radar, crossing mountains and ridges to a hidden mountain path. He raised his foot and stepped on the road. It has a good load-bearing capacity, but it's a pity for civilian use, and it's in such a remote valley. Found the right place. The first goal has a big harvest. Wayne secretly said that his luck was off the charts. He gestured to Ottilia and then communicated only with his mind. The two men walked forward again and soon arrived at a military-restricted area. Several searchlights swept the shadows of the surrounding forests, and several teams of soldiers with live ammunition set up checkpoints. Wayne pondered whether to sneak in. Tonight was not the time to close the net, and it was not appropriate to alert the enemy. But since he was here, there was no reason to be scared away by a few Prussian soldiers. He was not a Frank and could not withstand loud scolding in Prussian. "Let's go in and take a look." Wayne avoided the searchlights and walked towards the military restricted area. With his thinking ability, the entire military restricted area and the underground fortress were within the coverage range, which was enough to reverse the perception of these soldiers. If they found his figure, they would just pretend that they didn't notice it. Just in case, Wayne didn't go too far. He avoided it when he should, and lurked through the checkpoint perfectly, only deceiving the guards at the entrance of the underground castle. The entrance to the castle was covered by a heavy iron door, and the passages were crisscrossed, like a huge maze. As soon as he entered the door, Wayne felt a chilly cold air blowing in his face, and there was a faint roar of huge machines, as if they were digging something at night. Before crossing, Wayne had heard a lot of descriptions about Prussian black technology, as well as mysterious and dark black magic such as helology and alchemy. It was very convincing. If it weren't for the Allied Captain Stars and Stripes, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in this battle. Off topic. Wayne scattered his thoughts and crawled along the wall of the underground castle, sorting out a complex topographic map of three-dimensional modeling in his mind. It was a large underground base with several large scientific research laboratories, and some research Wayne was very interested in. Void life. Hell container. A large number of magic creation arms. Prussia really has mastered a lot of black technology. Wayne opened his eyes, rubbed his hands and took Odelia to the first laboratory. The research data was beneficial to his evolution. The underground castle was a treasure trove of knowledge for him. It was not in vain. Prussia can be fleeced for a long time. The laboratory does not have 2 shifts, nor does it say that people stay up late to work overtime. Scientific researchers are treasures everywhere. At this time, it was close to midnight. Although the lights in the laboratory were on, most of the scientific researchers went back to the dormitory to rest. Wayne and Odelia picked up the white coats hanging on the wall and put them on. With their powerful thinking, excellent eloquence and very friendly smile, they made several bright-headed researchers believe that he was a newcomer. With someone to show the way, it was convenient for Wayne to borrow data. He quickly wrote down the experimental data and found a directory in the top-secret archives, which recorded the locations of several other scientific research bases in Prussia. Just this directory made Wayne's trip worthwhile. Odelia helped to organize the information. The shocking research data made her scalp numb, especially the mass-produced void soldiers. The bold design concept really shocked her. As we all know, the most critical and important information will not be kept in the laboratory, but in the safe in the base commander's office. Wayne gained a lot and his desire became stronger. He went to the office alone, skillfully pried open the door and unlocked several doors, and got the important information he wanted. At a glance, Wayne couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. The cooperation between the Church of Nature and the Prussian authorities far exceeded his expectations. To be precise, it was Pope Ludwig who provided a lot of help to help Prussia expand its war potential. From energy to reserve forces, the combination of magic and machinery collided with wonderful sparks. On a design drawing, magicians and artillery were integrated into one, and the advanced concept was very cyber-style. Good stuff. If he succeeds, sweeping across the chosen continent is not a dream. Wayne was surprised and happy. What surprised him was Prussia's war background. If the idea on the design drawing has come true, the front line can break through the impregnable defense line. Of course, this is based on the premise that other churches stand aside and watch. What made Wayne happy was that the design concept could also be used by himself. The Pale Knight was good at using cold weapons, but it did not say that it could not be converted into hot weapons. This idea was worth exploring, and it opened the door to a new world in front of him. Wayne flipped through the information in the safe, and the more he read, the more frightened he was. The Gate of Hell is mentioned here, and there are detailed records of the summoning of the 7 Demon King containers, and remarkable progress has been made. The geothermal energy is converted into mechanical energy, and then into electrical energy. The machine just now is, this pipe is inserted really deep, aren't you afraid of digging the entrance to hell? The trace of the devil's blood. The theoretical research and conception of the chosen knight cannot be studied without the real object, so it is sealed. Magic aircraft, super air fortress, absolute air supremacy. Heavy nuclear fission reaction. The world has suffered from the flesh for a long time, and humans have their limits. Machines become gods. What exactly is the belief in gods, and what does information pollution mean to gods? Half an hour later, Wayne put down all the information, and his mood was difficult to calm down for a long time. It is just a scientific research base, but the accumulated results make the Ministry of Magic in Windsor look small-scale and petty. It is not that the research team in Windsor is not good, but the concepts are different. The legendary wizards in Windsor are too conservative and selfish. The research projects are only for themselves. Prussia is not like that. Every research is planned for mass production. First military, then civilian, the research funds are used for military, and the cycle is endless. It's good, but can this thing be promoted for civilian use? Wayne looked at a pile of design drawings. The flesh and blood of the magician were replaced by guns and cannons. It was outrageous to fuse planes and tanks, and there were also fusion battleships and aircraft carriers. How can this thing be promoted for civilian use? It's a mechanical ascension for all people, right? Wayne couldn't complain. The scene of the air raid on London flashed before his eyes. A half-man, half-fighter-style monster had its chest cracked open and aimed at Buckingham Palace and threw a little fat man. With a bang, the island country was nuked again. The Queen's voice is broadcast. Oh, the Queen was nuked. Austen's voice spread throughout Windsor, and everyone raised their hands in surrender. If Prussia's concept map is fully realized, the Gate of Hell and the like will seem ordinary. Wayne put the information back in place, wiped off the traces he left behind, and took Odelia to the next target. Boss, you look very ugly. Well, Prussia has the ability to open the Gate of Hell, and it is very likely that he has contacted a certain demon king of hell. This news must be passed to the Holy See as soon as possible. Even if it is only possible, Prussia cannot be allowed to mess around. Wayne's brows were twisted into the shape of a chew-on. The known opening location of the Gate of Hell is the underground tomb of Paris, and London is to be determined. Now there is another Prussia, and the specific location is unknown. There is nothing wrong with the 7 reincarnated angels descending at once. Wayne thought it was too many before, but now he thinks it is too few. 7 is not enough, at least 70 are needed, otherwise it will block the east and not the west, and it will be in vain in the end. Have you found evidence of the cooperation between the high-level officials of the Natural Church and Prussia? It's not evidence. It's just Prussia's words. If we don't find the account book, we can't do anything to anyone, Wayne said. The information only mentioned that Pope Ludwig provided technical assistance, but did not specify what technology it was. Moreover, it happened many years ago. Ludwig could just find a reason to distance himself from the matter. Wayne had a headache. His target of investigation was the high-level officials of the Natural Church. As he was investigating, he turned to the audacious Prussia. What that person said was so right. We can't investigate everything. What if we find something? Wayne hadn't done much research, but so many bombs had already been revealed. If he really dug deeper. Wait, since I can find out, the Papal State, as the #1 power in the chosen continent, must also know that the old man Jiao Huan couldn't sleep for a long time and was in a hurry to find the reincarnated angel. It's probably because he knew too much. Wayne pondered for a moment. He could remind the papal state, but he couldn't always be the first to rush in. If there were traitors in the papal state and sent his information to hell, the devil would definitely find a way to open the door in London to find him. After thinking about it, it was more reasonable to remind through the official channels of the natural church. It not only informed the information of the gate of hell, but also let the natural church and Prussia sever their ties. The past was the past. The previous pope was not a human being. Now is now. Under the leadership of the Knight of Nature, the new pope is a good person and works hard to benefit the chosen continent. Perfect, let's do it. Wayne finalized the follow-up plan and prepared to cut through the mess quickly. He stayed up late and worked overtime in the next few days to investigate all the targets at once, let Senna use the evidence to clear out the high-level insects, and then contact the papal state as the pope. Just as he was thinking about it, SISI received Regina's message and turned his head to look towards the city. You are so unlucky that this has happened to you. Urban area, abandoned factory buildings. Regina followed Wayne's order and arrived at the third investigation site. After completing the exploration of the surrounding area, she did not go deep in the first place. Instead, she got into the sewer and checked the surrounding terrain. This stronghold is the territory of Weaving, the oracle high priest of the Church of Nature. He provides people and technology, and the Prussian authorities provide funds and equipment. The two parties cooperate in a friendly manner and share experimental results. The research at the stronghold revolves around the flesh and blood of the starry sky beast. A fire broke out in the warehouse of the Church of Nature headquarters, and the stronghold had more research materials. The research and development project is to mass-produce void soldiers. The upper level is a laboratory and the lower level is an explosive ordnance factory. It has now entered the mass production stage. At the entrance of the factory, several military cars stopped. More than a dozen officers got out of the cars, and the Oracle High Priest Wei Wen was also there. This is a middle-aged man with a gentle smile. He wears a neat suit and has never worn a robe. He looks more like a social elite, a doctor, or a lawyer. Regina squatted nearby. She had seen Wei Wen's photo in the information and recognized the face. Without thinking much, she immediately tried to contact Wayne. Big Fish, I can protect you tonight. Two generals, you have inspected the factory before. I will not accompany you tonight. Please allow me to leave for a while. Wei Wen politely led a group of officers to the entrance of the factory and asked the person in charge to conduct reception. Mr. Vivian, I have several very important questions here. Sorry, I have more important questions here. Wei Wen smiled slightly and glanced at where Regina was hiding. There is a little mouse that needs to be cleaned up. If you leave it alone, it will disturb us, won't it? The two officers suddenly understood, smiled, and nodded. They are not worried about anything happening to Wei Wen. The legendary mage is already the best in the world. As long as he doesn't run into the chosen knight, he can walk sideways anywhere. Especially high-level church officials like Wei Wen, the Oracle High Priest, are also top-notch among legendary mages. Mr. Vivian, I hope you can return as soon as possible. It won't take much time. As it should be. Several people looked at each other and smiled, and a group of officers followed the person in charge into the factory. Wei Wen turned around and looked in the direction where Regina disappeared. The smile on his face faded, and his eyebrows turned sinister for a moment. Whose person is it, Baker or Mikari? These two guys left Senna alone but came to deal with me. Do you really think that bitch will just stay there? Wei Wen took one step forward, and his body disappeared like a teleportation. After a few steps, he closed the distance between him and Regina. When he noticed Regina moving towards the forest on the outskirts of the city, he still said unhurriedly, "Run away, wherever you can go today, just wait and die." On the banks of the Seine, the wide river flows calmly, the lights in the distance illuminate the night sky, and the two-color stars are bright. Regina's black robe covered her whole body and stopped moving by the river. A pale wrinkled mask was attached to her face, and the spiral folds were deeply sunken at the eye sockets. The mask looks ominous. Why don't you run away? Wei Wen looked around and said contemptuously, choose to die here or have your accomplices nearby. If it is the latter, there is no need to wait any longer. I tell you responsibly that your accomplices have given up on you and there is no life nearby people. You can't say that, I've always been alive. A soft whisper came from the distance, lingering in my ears and unable to be dispelled, as if it was far away yet close to my heart. Wei Wenzi's eyes suddenly shrank when he heard this, and he suddenly turned around and looked over. Who is there, Ludwig, is it you? In the darkness, a twisted shadow stretched infinitely. Ja.